Welcome along and welcome to the second day of the second online tournament for the Farming Simulator League Season 5. I am joined by my good friend Cast by Copter. How are you doing, Matty? What are you looking forward to today?
Well, thank you, Alex. It's of course always a pleasure to be here, just like yesterday. And yeah, we do have an exciting day. I'm definitely feeling good. I'm feeling very excited about today. And I mean, of course, I'm really forward looking what might happen in the later stages. We, of course, have a lot of matches today. I think 6 in total. But I'm, of course, thinking will Trelleborg and Helm face each other's at some point, because that was kind of the thing on the last tournament. And Trelleborg has been playing very strong. Helm, they dropped on the lower bracket. So, of course, that is a face-off that I'm looking for.
Yeah, I think that is very much the one that the people are sort of expecting in the final today. Is that Helm coming up from that losers bracket, which they unexpectedly found themselves in yesterday after losing to Trelleborg really early on. And Trelleborg just being so resurgent, dominating teams as they've gone through that upper bracket. It's very much looking like it might be a final between those two today. But before we get to that point, there are lots of teams standing in the way. Both My Insanity and New Holland stand in the way of Helm at the moment, and just Detractor standing in the way of Trelleborg. And any of those teams could easily knock Trelleborg or Helm out. So yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting setup. We've got 6 really great teams in these finals, and any of them could take it, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, that's completely true. Of course, all the teams, they are very capable of delivering great results. That's what I can say. And yeah, of course, they need to still face the other enemies as well. And who knows what kind of upsets we're going to find. Of course, the upcoming pairs with the upcoming matches with the Trelleborg and Just Attracted, that is interesting as well. We have New Holland playing versus Helm, like you mentioned. So that is interesting one as well. Power Team Esports and My Insanity, that's also a different thing. So yeah, I think we do have a great amount of great lineups coming up. And the matches that we're going to see for sure, they will be interesting to follow. So, and looking at all the teams that they actually currently have remaining, so we do have Helm, New Holland, which are on the top 2 before this tournament in a way. Then we have Mayans in the 5th place and Just Attracted in the 7th place, and Trelleborg Tires, who has been kind of like, evolving lately and of course trying to catch up. So there's a lot of good storylines here. And of course, the story of Trelleborg Tires is an interesting one, that how they have now managed to find the performance that they can beat Helm already on the first day of the tournament. And then let's see how far they will go. Will they reach the finals? Will they maybe face Helm already on the lower bracket? Who knows? But if that clash happens at some point, I will be definitely very, very eager to see the results. But I think we're going to be starting from the. Not sure actually what is the match. I guess we're going to start from the New Holland versus Helm. I'm not sure. That information will come shortly. But before that, we're going to have a look on the circuit points. What is the current standings that I just mentioned before this event? So, of course, anything hasn't been adjusted based on yesterday. And here we have it. So Helm, of course, very comfortably sitting on the lead. And one of the greatest upsets of yesterday was that Lindner is out from the 2nd place. So New Holland for sure will at least pass Lindner in the scores, that's for sure. But then everything else is still available for the grabs.
Yeah, I think there's going to be quite a bit of change in the standings after today. As I said, Lindner going out yesterday, that puts New Holland in a very strong position to be moving up into 2nd place. We got My Insanity, who are still who are currently sitting in 5th place. So there's a good chance that they could get closer to Vultra today, because Vultra went out fairly early yesterday as well. Power Team Esports down there on in 6th place, right behind My Insanity. The only thing separating them from My Insanity being My Insanity's win and 2nd place, whereas Power Team Esports is there on the same points because they've had a 2/3 and 2/4 places. So looking at Power Team Esports moving up, looking at Just Attractor moving up as well, because they're still in it this weekend. And then, of course, down in 8th place, we've got Trelleborg Tires, who are are, as we've said, resurgent. So they're looking at heading up, with Farming Friends having gone out earlier in this competition. So yeah, we're going to have a lot of the remaining teams moving up the standings quite well here, because they have remained in here. Whether they manage to make it to the final and or win, or not. So I think there's still everything to play for every single one of these teams that are still in this tournament.
Yeah, that is true. And I think what we saw yesterday, kind of like we spoke about the trends all the time, like what's going on, what is happening. So what we saw yesterday, we have seen this maybe slight shift on the strategies, on the perks when it comes playing against the big hall. So it was we saw bottleneck being more against the big hall. So I guess that's one of the big trends. Also, what I think is worth noticing is the fact that we saw some early mistakes yesterday, and it seemed that the teams, they did have some hard time from recovering those as well. That, of course, I mean, if you do a mistake, then you have less time these days, and it's not that easy to recover. But I think we saw that yesterday really much in effect, that the recovery was complicated from time to time. And then, yeah, I think those were the two teams yesterday.
Yeah, it's the interesting. You're right. The interesting thing yesterday was where the mistakes were made. We saw teams and players who are not normally known for making unforced errors, making them a little bit more often than we would expect to. And I think that does give a good window and a good entry for other teams to come back at them and score points that we wouldn't expect them to otherwise. And the whole thing that was emerging yesterday as well of Unstoppable not being quite the killer against the big hole that it once was is definitely making teams rethink things here. So it's kind of all it's thrown it all out in the open, and halfway through the season, we're suddenly finding that strategies and the way people are playing is having to change in order to compensate for this.
When you say it like that, when you said that, yeah, the big hall, then we have bottleneck, we have unstoppable. Somehow in my mind, I can picture the wrestling arena, and these are like the artist names of the guys at the ring, and then it's not the killer who's gonna do that. That's exactly the thought that I had on my own. Oh, the big hall is gonna cross this down. But yeah, as we saw the first game, as expected, this will be the New Holland versus Helm. Which will be starting in a matter of seconds. So we are waiting for the players, and remember, this is a lower bracket game, so this is not from the upper bracket. It's a lower bracket game, which means that the losing team is gonna go home. So once again, we are looking for another upset here, whatever happens here, because I mean, yeah, Helm and New Holland. Both sitting on top two, of course, Helm leading by a couple hundred points, and New Holland was the team that was tied on the second place with Lindner, which we already lost yesterday. So either we're going to lose the current champion, the current leader of the circuit points from the tournament, or we do have a second place team, and the second place team dropping down, which will open the room for Valtteri Insanity, and then exactly as Alex said, that there will be quite change on the leaderboard after.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to see New Holland come out here fighting hard. Helm will have taken some time to think and reflect on what happened yesterday, how they've ended up in the lower bracket today for this tournament, and they're gonna come out fighting. So New Holland need to come out doing the same, and you can see that immediately with New Holland taking no prisoners and banning the telehandlers, knowing that Helm can use those very effectively. They are not taking any chances on those. Helm reducing the choices of the larger tractors as they ban that John Deere 8R and the Case Magnum. So we're expecting the second telehandler to go from New Holland. There it is. So, yeah. Absolutely cutting down the options there in the best way they can. Both teams kicking off with a bottleneck today. So this is not. It's going to be a very even start here. Neither team picking a power up to try and disrupt the other beyond raising those bridges. Oh, and New Holland taking that class Axion.
Yeah, I mean, the bottleneck versus bottleneck that we saw yesterday, also one of the discussion point yesterday was that we saw more of the teams playing with the same perk against each other. So, I mean, that wasn't the thing on the previous tournament, but now we have seen it again happening after a couple of tournaments. So maybe they have found something on there. And it's also, of course, a very safe way, I think, for the New Holland when it comes to Helm. We know how strong Helm is in everything what they do, more or less. So I would say that it's a safe choice to play versus Helm with the same perk that they are playing, and then of course trying to beat them on their own game, which is the efficiency and of course the mechanical skill, because Helm sometimes they have these tricks on their sleeves, and I would say that if you choose a different perk, then it sometimes open up a gap for Helm to do something which you don't expect. So at least with the same perk you can at least try to follow. Anyways, there we go. So the gates are here just about to open, and the people are going to be heading towards the path. So the first game of the day will be starting as we speak. JK and Wooler heading towards the spawn location. And this is
slightly behind
because this is going to be so hard. We're going to be having a claim from New Holland, and the other was going to be claimed by JK, meaning that either of the teams will have the perfect start for the round, because neither of the teams got both of the vehicles they needed. But of course, this will be fine in the end. And if, let's say, if Helm or New Holland would have claimed both of those that we saw, then of course they could have been able to go for a very, very fast first bail. But that is not the case here. We can see Fato finding the class bailer, and he's going to go right behind Tita. We can see JK here moving ahead as well. So yeah, actually pretty slow start. We can see Wooler actually going all the way back for the John Deere, and that cost them definitely some time. So I'm expecting that New Holland, they do have a slight lead here. And yeah, because Fatu is already going, and he has the bail already done, so he's going to be having a good first bail. I mean, it's not going to be like any magical numbers, but 130 something, he's going to get that in. The 130, he seems to be reversing, so 130, I don't know, 4-ish or something like that. 33 maybe, 32, so 132, but Helm definitely will be at least 10 points behind, if not even more.
Yeah, that was a really strong start there for New Holland. Getting that class bailer in such a great position has just caused such a problem for Helm. Helm having to go right up to the right-hand side to grab that John Deere combine to even match things up. We do have Silo closed as a choice, but a 104 from Helm. Wow, that is a massive deficit. Nearly 30-point deficit in the first bail.
Yeah, that's a big difference. I completely agree. I mean, what we saw there was where both teams there was a bailer and there was a combine on the pads very close to the bar. And of course, if either of the teams would have been able to secure both of them, then they would have been able to go for a very, very high first bail. But as the utilities were kind of like shared, so New Holland getting the other one and Helm getting the other one, neither of the teams were able to go for that very high first bail. But then I guess that as Helm didn't get the combine, combine, and they needed to go for the John Deere from pretty far away, so it caused the time. And then on the other side, New Holland had a bailer available closer than the combine for the Helm, so that kind of like explains the difference here.
But you could also see the difference that having to go and get that John Deere combine from such a long way away has the effect that it's had on Helm. JK unloading a long way behind Fatu here, who is already heading up to the silo with their overloader. It's gonna cause issues for Helm in that they are a good 20 to 30 seconds behind New Holland in everything they're doing at the moment, and they'll need to catch that up at some point in order to keep themselves competitive.
Yeah, that is the unfortunate thing, that if you slow down, well, not slow down, but if you don't succeed with the first bail as well as the other team, and then yeah, exactly as you said, Alex, you're going to be late from everything. You're going to be late from bailing, you're going to be late from collecting the grain as well, so everything kind of like sums up later. And this is a very concrete moment that we see here, when usually this happens, that at a certain point they will move the trailers next to the silo, and that is quite, I would say, static moment in most strategy which teams are having, unless they're playing with big ball. So it's always a good benchmark to, in a way, see there how far the other team actually is in time.
So here now we're seeing the difference in New Holland and Helm strategies. Helm have left their overloader at the silos, and JK's run all the way up and grabbed his tractor to start getting the baling going. And they've got that Massey Ferguson baler, whereas Tita is still going around getting extra grain and getting themselves set up. New Holland's game very much is a grain game as opposed to Helm's, which is very much a bale one. Wooler going for the slowdown. We had slowdown and crazy tool, so no effect on either the bale multiplier or the grain multiplier. And New Holland straight back on there, delivering grain and stopping Helm's belt. Helm are going to need to get their belt restarted.
Yeah, that will happen eventually. I mean, they are just, as mentioned, some 20-30 seconds later in everything they do, so probably going to start pouring down the grain pretty soon as well, and then of course they can fix it. It happens exactly as we speak, so the belt is operational again and both teams are unloading it, so the grain game is going on. But as Alex said, that there was no any disturbances, no silo close, no grain multipliers or anything like that, so this is completely fine for the time being. And of course eager to see how this is going to end up. New Holland, they probably need to do something with the setup, and but we haven't seen like the full deliveries of grain from either of it. Also Helm is going to be stopped for the time being, and now we can see New Holland continuing, and the bale counts are meanwhile growing up as well. We can see 6 bales on the New Holland side, 8 bales on the Helm side, meaning that if there is a moment here right now that New Holland, for example, can, after unloading, have a like 2.7 multiplier, this is the time when you should be putting them on the belt before Helm will be starting to pour it down, because you don't have that fast belt, so it could be doable. But let's see how this goes down. But we don't see currently that there's anything happening around the barns. We don't see that there's any bales going for the belt.
But here comes Tita.
Here now, but Helm has started to unload already, so the multiplier is kind of like adjusting already towards the other direction. But somehow this seems to me that Helm will not be able to get that 2.0 multipliers. They will have a slight disadvantage here. So they will end up with 1.9, just barely, exactly as we can see. So 2.1, so New Holland in a way wins the grain game and has a better multiplier. Of course, just 2 points per bale, but you never know when you're going to need those points.
Well, New Holland are most definitely going to need those extra points. They have got themselves a little bit hamstrung because Helm have that second front loader tractor, so they can bring 6 bales back at a time with one of their baler setups, whereas New Holland is stuck with just 3 bales at a time with both theirs. New Holland grabbing the super drop as well and getting bottom boost. That is going to be really helpful for them, and they're keeping ahead of Helm with the number of bales pressed. This is an excellent start here for New Holland. They've got all the advantages for them. It all depends on that last section as to how many bales they can get back while Helm is in their element.
Yeah, New Holland, I mean, like you said, they have the bales, but they also have the points. They have been able to score some. We saw Tita going to deny a combo, maybe. At least something was looking like that. He was very fastly going towards the bottom and didn't have the bottom boost.
I think he was taking advantage of that bottom boost.
Yeah, sorry, exactly. You are completely right, Alex, on that one. I was kind of like mixing it up. So yes, New Holland, they did take use of the bottom boost with the last seconds which they had. And now Helm has actually taken the lead, so they have delivered something. We see Wooler trying to do something else. Not going to work that way, but it's going to be fine as he can just get up from the side of the concrete wall. And but yeah, I mean, score situation is pretty even. There's 40 points of a difference about New Holland and Helm. The difference on the bales is now 5, and what do we have, like 1.5 minutes to go, 14 bales for New Holland remaining. So yeah, it's gonna be time to start delivering those, definitely. And but yeah, I think New Holland, they do have a slight advantage still here. Of course, Helm has a slightly faster belt, but I don't think the difference is that big.
Tita having gone out there to collect bales up, which he has to do because they don't have the 2 front loaders, has given Helm the opportunity to go into the lead. Wooler coming back now as well with extra bales, but this is where Helm really begins to take off. They're able to get those extra bales back. They will continue to try and do so, and
Okay, 35 seconds to go. I don't know where Alex went, but probably he's going to be joining back at some point. So yeah, we have basically, there's going to be some bales actually dropping down on the New Holland side. There's going to be 2 bales dropping down on the New Holland side. That actually could make a difference on the end result, if nothing else. And that's going to be 1 bale also dropping from the Helm side. So this is a bit sloppy job from the team. So the Helm is still on the lead, 430 points. New Holland's going to be catching up. They're going to be trying to shove all the final bales all the way inside.
Oh,
and that's
can they do
the
it?
final bales are going to go inside. Tita's going to try to climb all the way up. It's very
I think
close. And in
done
the end,
it.
it's going to be New
Holland
Holland.
have done
They
it.
will claim it. It's going to be very close. I think just a couple of points between the teams in the end. But it seems to me that New Holland, yes, they will claim the victory, but the gap is very, very small, as we can see. 12 points, not more than that.
Wow, that is a immense 21 bales to 22 delivered, and driving up that belt in those last few seconds really saved New Holland there. That and that first bale, that entire first bale setup, made a massive difference. 30-point difference in that first bale, and it comes down to just the 12 points. That's the first bale kicking Helm completely, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, of course, 12 points, so that's a very small gap. And of course, great start for New Holland. So Helm is actually finding themselves backs against the wall. So we'll see what's going to happen. I mean, we know that the loser of this series is going to drop from the tournament. So we'll see. Whatever is going to happen, we know that it's going to be an upset anyway. So is it going to be Helm or is it going to be New Holland? Doesn't matter anyways. It is something that, of course, we were not expecting maybe to see at this point. But anyways, I would say that's a great first game for the series. Great way to start the day. And of course, now eagerly waiting to see the second game. And of course, the perks, which they're going to use it because this bottleneck versus bottleneck is what it is. But then we'll see if they're going to mix up the perks or will they just go with the same strategies. That's a different thing.
Yeah, it's New Holland had to come out fighting. They had to basically make a statement with the first game. They were very dominant throughout that whole game, getting that class harvester in such a great position and making Helm go so far over the map, over the other side of the map, in order to get a harvester that was anywhere close to that, getting more grain in, so getting that 2.1 to 1.9 multiplier, and then just delivering so many bales, and delivering more bales than Helm has just gave them such a dominant game. And Helm, I saw a comment in the chat that Helm were looking a little bit chaotic this morning, and I have to agree with it. They are looking slightly chaotic and not quite their normal precise selves at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have the greatest start, to be honest, and I don't know what actually happened. I mean, of course, we saw what happened, but I mean that I wasn't expecting that it's going to take so much time for the Helm to get the first bale, so that was, of course, still not the greatest start, so something might have gone down. Maybe we'll see something on the replays later, who knows. But yeah, now we're just waiting for the second game to start, and then we'll see if Helm can fight back and take the series all the way to the 1-1 scoreline, and then of course take it all the way to the final game of the series as well. But yeah, I mean there were a couple of mistakes on the both sides. I mean, New Holland, they dropped 2 bales from the belt there on the final moment. Okay, they didn't drop a lot of 20 points. Helm also had a problem with one of the bales, so they lost 10 points there. So very, very small things, and thinking about still that 12-point gap and all these small mistakes here and there. So it could have gone the other way as well. So very, very even. And now we're going to be heading towards the next one already. And we'll see what kind of bans. Of course, we're expecting that the telehandlers will be out of play from the New Holland bans. But And yeah, there we have a confirmation as well, at least for the other one, but most probably the other one's going to be banned as well.
I do love that you basically never see Helm banning the telehandlers. Helm wants to use those telehandlers, and they do make the other teams use their bans to get rid of those telehandlers. I think it's odd that Helm have left that the class Terra track open. That's a really strong, really good tractor. And we see more and more teams use it. New Holland were using it in the last game to great effect. We saw Lintner using it yesterday. And it's one of the most powerful tractors in the FSL. And it can pull any of those balers really well. So, yeah, it's good to see it being used. And I'm slightly surprised we're not seeing it get banned more.
Yeah, let's see. We have JK. They're going to be running out of points. We have no perks for JK or Fato currently.
Both teams with Big Haul. Big Haul is a big points choice. And so, yeah.
So there we had it. Big Haul versus Big Haul. So we can expect that the... well, we don't have to expect anything. We can say that as a fact already. That, yeah, we're going to play perk against the perk. But just saying that if we're going to go for the third game of the series, so then the same trend is going to continue. But of course, it's also all about about the first bale and the battle of the pads. So this is something that I'm very eagerly waiting to see if it goes anyhow differently and what kind of a role it's going to play on the whole 10-minute time period. So there we had it. We do have JK who's going to be heading towards the pad. There's going to be a challenge from the New Holland side. So there's both seem to be going for the baler. So who's going to get that down? It seems that New Holland, they maybe have a slightly
JK spins!
JK makes a small mistake there. And it's going to be New Holland who's going to claim that down. So again, the same thing happens, that actually New Holland will also take the combine from here. So they will have a great start. And that's going to take Helm to search for alternative vehicles from far, far away. Well, that's going to mean that the first baler is going to be very complicated for Helm. But it might be very good for New Holland.
Well, Helm managed to get that all-important second class combine. You can see Wooler heading in there, but JK spinning as he tried to get that baler has really delayed his approach. Tita is in that New Holland. He had to go and get that after losing the class, so that did take him a little bit longer, but its position has meant that there's a better first bale for New Holland here. For the second game in a row, and Fatu in probably with about a 135-ish, maybe a 132 here, I think. I know it's as low as a 130, but still well ahead of JK, who is massively behind on this first bale. We're probably heading for about a 110 this.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, and he misses!
Bale as well. But what happened there on the New Holland side, what I think is that they they realized that, okay, we claimed these vehicles, so they knew that they are going to be ahead of Helm. But they didn't even try to swing that in. They just decided to play that safe at that point. And JK, of course, struggling here with the first goal. That's going to be 102. So the point difference will be 28 points after the first fail. So another, I'm honestly going to say, another bad start for Helm. So it's there's no way I can hide that anyhow else in the word.
Completely. That is the second really bad, really low first fail for Helm. So rare that we see Helm score below a 130, let alone verging on a 100. And again, Helm are playing catch up. They are massively behind. They're about 20 to 30 seconds behind where New Holland are. Neither team went for direct delivery or bridges lowered. So, yeah, both teams filling up their trucks now, but Helm a good 20 to 30 seconds behind Helm. Helm 20 to 30 seconds behind New Holland in what they're doing at the moment.
Okay, so we go back on the strategy execution. Yeah, Helm, they have something to catch up. So we'll see what kind of fix they can do from here. Also, it's good to remember that New Holland, they in a way, well, not in a way, they actually did won the grain game. So they got a better multiplier as well. So New Holland, I think that on the last game on the first bale, and also when it comes to the grain, they played it very well. And then I would say that at the end game, Helm once again played maybe slightly better. They were playing catch up. They closed the gap slightly, but it wasn't enough. So and now on this second game, we can see that okay, the first bale is already done. So that's where New Holland won. And now, of course, I will put my focus on what's going to happen with the grain game and how this is going to play out, what's going to be the final multipliers and so on, because they, in a way, will not dictate, but they will definitely play a part when it comes to the final game, how easy it's for Helm, for example, to catch up from that kind of a small point.
This is the thing. The grain game here is interesting because Helm have both of those class combines, but with Big Hall in play, having both class combines is not quite so important. You want to put as much into the lorry as you can, and getting both combines back and overloading with them is less important. You put it all in the truck and you tip the truck. So I don't know if New Holland will end up ultimately with more grain than Helm do. We got speed limiting grain multiplier though, and that's a 1.7 grain multiplier for bale multiplier for Helm. I'm guessing New Holland's is slightly lower, probably about a 1.5 bale multiplier. So Helm will really want to take advantage of this and give and catch up that 28-point difference as quickly as they can. New Holland are bringing that class combine in. They are not going to bring the New Holland one in. We saw that being emptied a moment ago. So they are topping up with extra grain. I'm not sure that that's quite in the right place, that combine.
Yeah, I mean, also Helm, they do have more grain than what the Big Hawk can actually carry, so they have been also topping a little bit. So we'll see. Bale multiplier is going to be picked about both of the teams at the same time as we speak.
Both teams did get it.
Yeah, they did get it. And now we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, we have New Holland actually unloading everything, and now it's going to be time for the Helm to do so. So we'll see how the final multipliers will end up. Both teams have the bales to take the advantage from the bale multiplier, so that is a fact that they can actually use it. And now we'll just have to wait and see. We have all the grain actually delivered by New Holland, and Helm will have it at about 16k, so that's going to be pouring down at some point. And I think that Helm actually will end up having a slight advantage. We can see Wooler going for the bales so they are now taking advantage of the multiplier, and they will get 3.2 actually. That's going to be even better, and the belt speed is still reasonable. Wooler struggling a little bit with the bales, but they are going
with
in.
That
so there should be a good amount of points coming from here. That's going to be like 40 points almost per bale, 37. So that's going to be 100 and what is it, like 11 points in total from all of these three bales. So they're now closing the gap.
And here's the second front loader coming in, and that's the power of that second front loader. When they have a big multiplier like this, they can do it, and the multiplier is not even going to be scored with for New Holland.
Yeah, this is not going to take the multiplier though, unfortunately, for Helm, the final bale, but they're still going to get that 22 points per bale, so that's not bad. So Helm did manage to unload quite reasonable amount of bales. They're almost sitting on 300 points. The bale difference is currently 7 bales, and the point difference is about 100. So yeah, they're pretty even still, if you think about the amount of bales what we are currently seeing. So with those bale multiplier points, which Helm got, but New Holland didn't get, that's kind of like close the gap what happened with the first bale. So I would say that now they are pretty much even.
Yeah, it feels, if anything to me, it feels New Holland are a little bit on the back foot. They are scoring less per bale. Yes, they did have more bales than Helm. They don't anymore, and they are still a good 60 points behind, with Helm now having extra bales. New Holland have to get out there, they have to press bales, and they have to get back quickly in order to get themselves back in this. But their biggest problem is that, as I've said many times before, they aren't able to bring as many bales back each time as Helm are. And so Helm will be in a position where they can now dominate the last minute and a half of this game. Although, having said that, New Holland are back in the lead.
Yeah, just barely, but still they are on the lead. 1.5 minutes to go, and Helm, they still have a lot of bales. And this is looking scary, to be honest. I mean, there's so many bales coming in. There's going to be 4 at the bell, so New Holland thinks that, yeah, we got this. And hold my beer for a while, and then they're coming with all the bales, and they're just putting them all inside. So they will of course start putting these in, and of course they will get some more points per bale as well because of the multiplier. This is looking pretty empty here. I mean, they do have more bales still available, and there's going to be 1 minute because of Pato coming with the additional batch of bales.
But the final bales, the bales they need to win in the final 30 seconds are not here. And these 2 balers, these are pretty much the last bales that New Holland will be bringing in to score on this belt.
Yeah, I
and they're
like
80 points behind.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Helm is of course scary at this moment as they are so efficient at the end game. And I think that New Holland, the final bales might be coming from here, but they don't have that many of them anymore. And they don't have the time, actually. Nope, that's going to be it, actually. They don't have the time to put any more bales in. So for sure, it looks like Helm is going to be claiming this as only 3 bales, and they don't have the bales to close the gap. So yeah, this is a done deal for Helm already, as we have 15 seconds remaining, as there's just no more bales anymore available for New Holland. There's nothing they can really do about it, and Helm is already leading by
100 points.
Having fun here, as we can see, they are just crashing into each other's. Helm will end up with 630 points, and New Holland 112 points behind them. So it's pretty clear victory for Helm, and they will take the series to the 3rd game.
That there shows just how powerful getting that class combine is. Look at that, 123,000 liters delivered with multipliers, 113,000 delivered with multipliers for New Holland. That extra space in that class combine made a massive difference. And then scoring while they had that 1.7 multiplier on top of that, just put Helm straight back in the game and in charge of it. And then with New Holland unable to match Helm in the end game, where Helm can bring in with one of their tractors 6 bales at a time, and New Holland were limited to just 3 bales at a time. You can't keep up when you're behind like that. So it's great to have those big tractors when you're ahead, but if you're trying to keep up with a team in those last 30 seconds, in that last minute, you've got to have that second front loader, and so many teams don't have it, and they end up losing against Helm again and again and again because of that reason.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it didn't start the greatest way for Helm, but they managed to close the gap, and then, in the end, of course, turning around for them. They won the grain game as well, which of course helps when you get 4 points per bale more than the other team, which they lost on the first one. So now we'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen with the final one. So I guess we're expecting to see Unstoppable versus Unstoppable, as that is the perk which they have remaining. Besides the herbicide, of course, but it's a different question if they will end up using it. So that's what we are expecting here. And Helm is definitely, proving that they can fight back. We have seen, but also New Holland. I mean, they have shown that they can play the game pretty well as well. So there is no reason why New Holland couldn't win the 3rd one, even though the tide has changed a little bit towards Helm.
Yeah, I think the thing to watch in this final game will be who gets that class combine. I think that at the moment between these 2 teams is very much the deciding factor, because getting that combine allows the team to control the grain game. Both teams that have had that combine in the last 2 games are the teams that have had the increased multiplier. And so I think, and where that combine is positioned as well will be very important. If it's off right up to the right hand side and makes the team run up there, I think we'll still see teams running up there to get it, because it is so dominant in the latter stages for that multiplier, compared to getting that first bale. I think they will sacrifice high first bale point to get that combine.
Yeah, that is a good point. So let's wait and see how this plays down. And of course, when it comes to the unstoppable as a perk, so of course the grain game and especially the class combine is an important one, as we don't have any special vehicles like the Big Holo, the Optimus Prime, roaming around on the fields. And the we go to the ban phase, and we're not really expecting much of a surprises here once again. So telehandlers, tractors. Second telehandler will come later, and so on. Unless, of course, New Holland, from whatever reason, decides that okay, let's keep the other telehandler in play that we might need it, for example. But yeah, as this is unstoppable, so I'm not really expecting that they will need it. It's not that crucial. Of course, you can still utilize it, but still, in the end, it's a different story.
Yeah, we have seen teams at this point actually ban the class Lexian. I don't think New Holland could do it because they want those telehandlers out of play. They know how good Helm are with them. But at the same time, I also don't think you'll ever see Helm ban that combine because they know how strong it is if they can get their hands on it, and they are willing to take that chance to get that combine. I will be interested to see if New Holland do go for a second front loader tractor, or whether they stick to this. They're sticking to this setup they've got of having two large tractors. So they've got to hope they're dominant throughout most of this, and they can keep Helm at bay, because if they're not, if they are playing catch up at the end, they are going to have a really hard time of matching Helm's bales.
Well, there we had it. So now we're going to be loading towards the game, and of course, going to be time to start the madness.
There it is.
Once again, to go there and see how the challenge is, or who's going to claim and what from the pads. And we can see that there are actually two players. We can see a Wooler running there, and this time it seems that
he's heading for that John Deere.
Yeah, but I mean, these two pads which were challenged in the previous game, so it seems that Helm, they decided that okay, this is bad for us. We haven't won them, so let's not go for it. So they will let go from those pads, and they will let New Holland to get this baler and the combine. We can see Helm on the background as well, claiming a combine as well, and then we're just waiting to see what is going to be the baler that they're going to use. So I would say that both teams actually have a decent start. Of course, well, let's see where's JK. That's what I'm mostly interested in currently. That's how far away he is currently. We saw Wooler going for the combine. We haven't seen JK. JK is here, but it's all good. So he's going to be actually leading already. And this is looking to be actually a pretty good first bail. They can actually strike back because they're going to be crossing the bridge. We do have a chance of a high 140s here, pending how the swing is going to go. So 148 maybe is possible. 147.
147. So JK back on form.
Not really struggling, but going to be losing the battle this time with 5 points.
They're only 5 points difference. Very coverable by both teams. But very covered by New Holland, especially if they can get the advantage in that in the grain game setup. Neither team actually went for the class combine, which does surprise me slightly. I do wonder if New Holland actually went and got it separately, but no, I'm seeing New Holland using the case combine and the class. Neither team grabbing that second class combine. It is up there on the podium, and it is such an advantage that I'm very surprised neither team have grabbed it.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, you can still go there later and try to pick that up if you feel the need, but of course this could be the time that you can actually utilize it. We can see speed limit being picked by Helm. I guess we're going to see the same maybe happening from the New Holland side as well. Helm is currently leading on the grain. Not by much, but maybe about 3k or something like that. So yeah, it kind of like, shows that the tide has turned a little bit more as they won the first pair, and now they kind of like on the driver's seat after being able to free the resources for the grain collection earlier. And see if Plato's going to go for that speed limit on the final say. I don't think he has the time, so he's not going to go for it.
He's not going to make it.
He's going to leave it. So it will be Helm just only getting the speed limit for the other team. And so New Holland doesn's actually get that at all. So maybe that's a small mistake.
You can see up in the background at the top there, just above that hill where Fatu's just driven past, that class combine is still sitting up there. And I am so surprised that that has not been claimed at all by either team.
Well, it's gonna stay there. And maybe we'll see that being picked on the next match or something like that. But yeah, I guess they have their valid reasons. We can see some early deliveries as well coming from the New Holland side. So they will not wait for the second batch of drops. They will just go and pour down some to unload it a little bit. And well, actually not just a little bit. They already have made it the multiplier to 2.7. We can see Helm doing the same as well. So they're kind of like matching this strategy in a way. I guess they want to put it quite even and then see with the remaining grain what is happening after they see the drops in the 1 minute as they will spawn and come out. So yeah, 2.0 for now for both of the teams. So the situation is exactly the same. So they will settle down with this and they will continue collecting the grain.
This is the thing. Helm know that if they are not challenged, if things are fairly even at this point, that their latter part of the game is very strong in comparison to New Holland. New Holland really need to try and be dominating at this point. They need to have that multiplier in their favor, or they need to have a bigger combine setup, or they just need to have they need to be ahead of Helm at this stage. And to be honest, it doesn't massively feel like that's the case. They're doing slightly better on the bales. They've managed to do a couple of bales. We've got bale drop and speed up, so there's nothing here that's massively helpful to get domination of one team over the other. So New Holland feeling very much like they're matching Helm at the moment instead of pulling ahead of them. And if they're gonna survive that last sort of 30 seconds or so, when Helm just bring in huge numbers of bales, they are going to have to start pulling ahead at this stage here.
What's going on here? Fato had a small break there. Speed up has been picked, but that's going to be picked by New Holland. Nothing has been picked from the Helm side at all, so everything is fine. And the amount of grain on the Helm side is something that I once again I'm going to be having a look as they will go for the bale drop, by the way, at the same time, Helm, so they will not go for the speed up, but they will take a different one. But the Helm is definitely having more grain. That's what we can see. So we can expect that they will, well, that's what I'm expecting, that they will end up having a slightly better multiplier actually than New Holland. That's at least how it looks to me for the time being. So some small differences will be there, and of course having the initial lead also is a thing to do. So if they will end up with having a slight advantage, then of course catching up for New Holland once again will require something special, as you know nothing really came from the drop. But okay, it's only 5 points, so it's down to one mistake more or less currently how this is going to turn out.
You can see the advantage here as well for having that front loader on the front of the second tractor. JK is out there and he's able to just bail. He doesn't have to start bringing bales back in order to keep them competitive. He can just be out there bailing, knowing that he can just pick up 3 bales on the way back when he's bailing later on. And this is how Helm are able to bring so many bales back at the end, because at a point here where Helm are bailing 3 bales and taking them back and doing that constantly, Helm are just bailing. They're not worrying about those bales coming back at this point.
Yeah, they still have 3 minutes, so I guess they are counting on the fact that they have a pretty efficient late game. So yeah, they are bailing and they will bring them down. We still have 3 minutes. We have bail points available, 39 of them. So we can see Tita actually heading towards this direction. Beatmaster is nearby as well. He's going to be running as the other one's going to be driving. So who's going to get this one? It's going to be interesting to see. I think Beatmaster actually has a chance to be
it's
here
gonna
first.
Be
it's going to be very close.
It's going to be
Tita. It's going to be Tita right in front of Helm. They're going to snatch those points. And but it was a close one, definitely. The other one coming with the vehicle, the other one by running. And I don't think that there was so much of it. I mean, if Tita wouldn't have picked that up, then I think it would be beat past like in half a second or something like that. So a very, very close situation. And this, of course, means that for the time being, New Holland actually has taken the lead. And the bale counts are now even currently. So in a way, we can of course, argue, and of course, we would need to see the closer placement of the bales. But in a way, New Holland has taken the lead. I mean, for real.
New Holland does have a bit of problem there. Multiplier, though, is sitting at 1.8 versus a 2.2. And this is a consequence of them going for that case baler and trying to get the higher first bale, rather than going out there and either trying to get the John Deere combine that Helm went for, or going a little bit out of the way and getting that class combine with the added capacity. It is basically those two combines are the big things, that New Holland, that John Deere and that class. And I still don't fully understand why New Holland went for that case combine that has left them at such a disadvantage at this stage in the game.
Well, just the final minute starting, so we don't have to wait for the results that far. So yeah, 2.2 multiplier for Helm, and now they have taken the lead again, and they're actually leading with the bales as well, so they have been able to, once again, with the efficient, end game, let's say, to able to switch the situation slightly towards their advantage. And now, yeah, just slowly but steadily, they have 45 seconds to go. Of course, New Holland, they will go to some kind of a panic mode probably pretty soon, as they will need to start getting those 10 bales inside as well, and it's going to be very important for them. But the New Holland's belt is very fast, which we don't see here. So that is, of course, an advantage for them. And they do have a, very fast is, of course, a very relative thing, but let's say faster than Helm's belt, at least. So they have a chance of scoring these bales on the second floor. As we can see, the points are coming in, but yeah, Helm is also doing the same. As we can see, they are trying to reach out as far as they can. 15 seconds to go. They realize that they cannot get all of them inside, but they're trying to, of course, get most of them on the second floor, and these are going to be the final bales for New Holland.
Not enough.
They will end up, they don't have the bales. All the bales are delivered, and the Helm has more points already. So unfortunately, New Holland just didn't have enough, and in the end, it will be Helm who's going to chop down New Holland from this tournament on the first match of the day.
Yeah, 25 bales to 23. New Holland actually delivered more bales. It was the grain game that made all the difference there. 103,000 litres delivered for Helm under the multipliers, with only 89,000 delivered for New Holland. And I am absolutely surprised that New Holland didn't, or actually neither team went for that class combine. When you see the difference between just having the John Deere and the case, New Holland's choice to go for that case combine at the beginning and try and get bale points over having that multiplier at the end seems to have really hit them hard and caused so much problem for them.
Yeah, I think that you said that there was like less bales delivered for Helm. There was also 3 bales, I think, more delivered on the first floor for New Holland. But then they got the bale points on the other hand. So there was like a bit of back and forth. So very small details in the end. And of course, then the multiplier kicking, just like you said it, Alex. So but definitely a great try from New Holland. Unfortunately, Helm, they did manage to secure it. We're going to be going for a short break. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. And welcome back. It's going to be time for the second game soon, but of course, we're going to talk about the previous match. So, we do have New Holland now outside of the tournament, so they are out. And Helm, of course, will continue their journey on the lower bracket. And this means that we do have New Holland facing the winner of the next game at some point on the lower bracket. So we do have Power Team Esports versus Mind Sanity as the next game, and then of course the loser of that game is going to drop, and the winner is going to face Helm, and then they will compete with the team who's going to drop still from the upper bracket as well. So. Will be interesting to see how this is going to play down, but the Helm has a pretty good track record currently on the lower bracket as well. We have seen this now happening in a couple of tournaments that they actually drop there and then they just like crush the opponent. So it's more like a, you know, how would I say it? If you stay on the upper bracket, it's kind of like a very you are not really like destroying the enemies, as you will just drop them and they will still have a second chance. But now they kind of like go with the sledgehammer mode on the lower bracket and they will just like drop them one by one.
Yeah, every single match is crucial in that lower bracket, and it's such a harder journey to the final in that lower bracket if you drop down into it. And this isn't the first time Helm have had to do this, where they've lost early on in the tournament, and then they've had to fight tooth and nail to make it back to the final. And yeah, the knocking out the second highest team in the standings. So that's both Lindner and New Holland dropping out of this tournament at this point. And New Holland, I think they've probably done enough to hold their second place. Vultra are already out. Mind Sanity are still playing today. And here's the crucial thing in that first game. Wooler not getting that class combine, having to go such a long distance to get a combine that can compare to it, just putting them so far behind. And then New Holland coming in and just being then dominant, getting that 2.1 to 1.9 multiplier. And then this is the second game, and again, that class combine is the thing that's being fought over. And this time, Tita not managing to get it in time. Then we had JK just clipping that podium, and that leading to such a late second bail first bail because he had to go so far to get it, and then missing the toss as well. Just put Helms on such a back foot that second game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some mistakes, and the mistakes also cost them, as we saw that Helm did lose one game, and the second game was actually very, very close as well, only 12 points different from what was there. So in the end, I mean, I think Helm they did improve, and of course that was showing in the results as well, and of course in the end then claiming the series. So well, I guess it's something we have seen from Helm in the past as well, that they struggle at some point, but they are always usually quite good on recovery, that they will find the ways, they will find the means to kind of like fix the mistakes, what they do there, and they will alter the strategy if it's needed. If it's about individual problems, well, not problems, but mistakes, I would say more or less, then they will, find a way of doing things differently, that they don't end up into those situations where they will end up doing the mistakes, even if they cannot fix them like right away. We have seen a couple of times in the past that they do something. We have seen same mistake actually being repeated twice. And then on the third game, they just don't do the whole move, which would put them on that position that would maybe cause the mistake, even though if they know that, okay, this is how we should do it. But if they're not able to fix it, then they will just not go there at all. But that's enough about Helm. They are still here. We'll see them later. Unfortunately, New Holland not. And now it's time for the Mind Sanity versus the Power Sport. As we can see, they are just about to come here. And Mind Sanity, we saw them yesterday. I think they were pretty impressive. We didn't see Power Team Esports at all, so I'm actually quite eager to see how this goes. My Sanity was impressive yesterday.
I think I'm very much going to be keeping an eye going into this game as to combine choices versus first bails. If the last match showed me anything, it's that getting the big combines, so getting that class combine, getting that John Deere combine, is so much more important than getting a really high scoring first bale. You want to get those big combines in order to be competitive later on in the game. I'm also going to be looking here as to exactly what choices they have of tractors. And we have Bottleneck versus Bickle. So we got our first mismatch of team perks of the day. And if both teams here go for big tractor and single front loader setups, it's going to be interesting. I honestly think that you need 2 front loaders in order to be really effective in the latter stages.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, on the previous series, we just saw the same perk against each other, so now we go back to the trend which we saw yesterday. And we have the picks and pans done, so it's gonna be time to load to the game and then see. My Insanity, we saw Jan. I mean, I want to kind of like point that Jan and PB400, they were kind of like sticking out a little bit, maybe even PB400 more, that he was like very good around the belt once again. And then he made one mistake around the belt when he was trying to climb in. But other than that, I've been seeing very, very impressive stuff there. And of course, we didn't see the power team spot, so I don't have the first, let's say, insight about how they're gonna play it or how they have been playing yesterday, but of course they have made it all the way this far, so it means that they have done probably things right as well. And there we had it, so we can see Obelix going for the Baylor. There's gonna be a challenge actually from the My Insanity side, and who's gonna get that one? It seems to be Obelix, and yeah, he's gonna get that one. It's gonna be denied. John is gonna you're gonna be denied as well. So it seems that Power Team Esports actually will win couple of the utilities from the podiums, and this means that My Insanity might be looking for a pretty slow first bale.
However, My Insanity have grabbed that all-important second class combine, so that will be interesting then. If their first bale is lower, it'll be interesting to see where they're left with the brain game later on. And Power Team Esports coming in here. Obelix doing a toss, missing that first bale.
And it's also slightly like almost like behind the corner, so it's not the easiest angle to shove that in. But of course, he's just gonna try to do his best. But yeah, he needs to turn that around and somehow get it in. So it's gonna be 129. So it's gonna be still better than the My Insanity side, but they will still win it. But of course, there were chances for about 142 or something like that. So they lost 10 plus points by missing the toss. But okay, it's still a first bell. They still won it because the Jan now coming and then crossing the safer route. And yeah, he's gonna put that in, and they are looking at, you know, something like a 100-ish around that ballpark, 105, because the speed limit being picked by My Insanity, so we had the first set of drops coming in as well. And we do have speed limit now picked on the both of the sides, so that's gonna be pretty even. Of course, it's the usual one. If it's there, people will go for it, and you know, they will take it just in case that the other team might take it.
I've just been having a look through the stat sheet a little bit, trying to work out why certain teams are picking certain tractors. And yeah, the Terra track, I know why it doesn't get picked that often. It's because it's a 4-point pick, so it's quite an expensive tractor to get. Also explains why the Fent 942 Vario and Case Magnum get banned so often. It's because they're really powerful tractors with a really low point pick. It's only 2 points to pick them. So both of them are surefire ones to get banned for that reason.
Okay. That sounds like a good insight. Thank you, Alex. Well, meanwhile, the grain is collected. Bales are not being pressed. Everything with the grain is pretty even, as we can see. Just like a 5,000 of a difference. So, in a way, I guess it's because of the timing of the first bale once again. But yeah, the first bale is still 24 points of a difference, so that is a lot. And we have seen that Power Team Esports on the past, they can be very efficient. We have seen that My Insanity, I would say that both teams here, they have the capability of, you know, getting great results, but then there's a bit of they're not that stable always. Sometimes they do fail as well. So there's a bit of not gonna say random, but sometimes things happen which we don't expect with these teams, and that's I guess the key a little bit here. The first deliveries are coming in as well, as we saw Power Team Esports, who is not playing with the big haul. They do some early delivery here, and then we are waiting to see what's going to happen with the My Insanity, and as they are now moving the big haul, almost slight, not really issues, but close distances here between the silos for the big haul, and they will start pouring it down as well. And meanwhile, Power Team Esports is collecting more, so they are taking this very, I'm not gonna say safely, but they are well prepared. I would say that's the right term.
Yeah, My Insanity trying to, and actually that was Power Team Esports trying to maximize their grain game at the moment. They do have that smaller New Holland harvester. They do want to try and get extra grain in there. My Insanity, you can see increasing their grain amount at the moment. They've got both of those class combines, and they are already, well, they've already added another 5,000 liters, but they are 0.2 in the multiplier down. In fact, they're 0.3, 0.4 now. So they've got some catching up to do, and it's silo close. And Power Team Esports obviously not going for the silo closed yet. They want to hold My Insanity off from doing that as long as possible. And My Insanity have now picked silo closed. Power Team Esports sitting there as long as possible, waiting for that, because they know My Insanity aren't unloading yet.
Yeah, we can see Obelix just waiting for it. It's going to be a couple of seconds, and now he's going to go for it, so they will pick that up, and 89. So there's like a 10 seconds of a difference, but so now the silo is closed, nobody can deliver anything. Now is the time for Power Team Esports to actually deliver some bales if they're ready for it, as they do have a 2.6 multiplier currently, which is a pretty nice one actually, to be honest, at this point. So yeah, it's pretty quiet around the silo. We can see Valo just moving some equipment, not no actions at all on the My Insanity side. Valo is going to be building the setup that everything is ready when the time finally comes that they can start unloading. But they have 32k, so it's not like a huge amount. But yeah, it will need some kind of a setup for sure. And My Insanity on the other side, they have still almost 60,000, but they need it, as they do have a worse multiplier, as we can see. So they do need it, and I don't know if I'm calculating this right on my head. I think it's gonna be pretty even in the end. Maybe My Insanity, they will now actually collect a little bit more as well. So maybe there's a chance for them to actually have a slight advantage with the big haul.
Yeah, I think once it opens up, we're gonna see a lot of grain delivery. 60. In fact, they're still adding to it. So they know they've got to get this advantage. They know they need to have a whole load more grain than Power Team Esports do. They've got 61,000 sitting there. And I think Power Team Esports probably have enough to stop the belt, and they do. But 14,000 versus 61,000. Is this going to be enough to give My Insanity an advantage in the multiplier at the end?
Power Team Esports is actually scoring with a 3.0. They did score some of the bales with 2.6 and 2.7, and now they're actually scoring with 3.0 a couple of the bales as well. So they have been delivering, and Power Team Esports, they have taken a huge advantage of the situation that they have been able to deliver now with the multiplier that is higher. That's going to fall down, unfortunately, and we can see now that the multiplier, as My Insanity has done the unloading, they will take the 2.1 multiplier for them. I think that 4.1 is elsewhere. It's not next to the silo, but they're going to unload that as well.
No, it's in. It's in, and it's 2.2.
Yeah, but they really need it because it's 2 minutes remaining, and the point difference is almost like 200 points, and the bale count difference is only like 4 bales. So I think that Power Team Esports, they are definitely having a very strong game here. They did win the first bale, yes, but also able to score those middle bales with a very high multiplier that has given them advantage towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I can see what My Insanity were trying to do. But they have given a massive window here for Power Team Esports to take control of the game. They've got a lot of catching up to do, and they've now got to deliver a whole load of bales in order to even things up. And the score is evening up, but our team esports has more bales than My Insanity right now. They can maintain this lead. And oh, bale-tastic for My Insanity! Coming through and getting those extra 50 points. That is massive for them.
Yeah, they really definitely needed that because they have now taken the lead. It's not like a massive lead, it's by 40 points or something like that. And yeah, then it comes on the bale counts. I'm just worried about the time, so I don't think that either of the teams has the chance to put all of the bales anymore on the second floor, and they're actually completely tied with the points as we speak. So yeah, we can see My Insanity trying to get everything they can. I wouldn't be surprised if we'll see somebody still trying to climb with some of the bales on the second floor if they don't have the time to put them on the belt. At the same time, Papito working on the belt. One single bale, one single mistake could be crucial. And this is actually looking very good for Power Team Esports because they seem to be very efficient here. That one bale looks a little bit suspicious, to be honest. It is wiggling because the opening's coming. He tries to push it. Does he have the time? Does he have the time? He has the time. 10 seconds to go, and he's gonna try to get all of them in, and he's gonna be falling with 2 of them. Oh no, that's gonna be bad. And it's gonna be just 6 points behind. No, it will be My Insanity by 6 points. They will win as John falls down from the belt and doesn't get those 2 bales inside of it. Unfortunate.
That was all they needed. One of those bales had gone in, and that would have been enough. Even into the bottom, and it would have been enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 3 bales at the front there were just so widely positioned that it was very complicated for them to get all of them inside. I was expecting that at least they will get 2 of them inside, and that in a way would have fixed the situation for them. But unfortunately, he did fall with 2 bales and didn't get them in, and that, well, they lost it by 6 points.
They were so wide, they blocked him actually getting them into the top, and he was so close. You could see at the end when he fell off, that was because he was desperately trying to just get that extra inch closer to the barn to unload it. And yeah, wow, so close.
He was
fantastic game.
But now they just have to, gather themselves and, try to leave this behind. I know it's going to be very complicated to put this kind of a thing, on the side because, it's got to be not what they were hoping for sure. And yeah, on the second game, they just need to reset, they need to realign, and hopefully they can get their heads together. But I mean, My Insanity, with this kind of a victory, they gotta feel good. So I would say that they kind of have this maybe a slight mental advantage currently.
Once again, the team that got the class combine ended up with the bigger multiplier and won the game, which has kind of been the way of things today. But yeah, it was close. It was so close, and Power Team Esports was so dominant throughout most of that game. They played the multipliers really, really well, and they were unlucky. It was their own unforced error that caused the loss at the end, rather than any particular other choice. To be honest, I say about the combine, but Power Team Esports really were in charge of that game for most of that game. And yeah, they were unlucky not to win it. Losing it in those last few seconds.
Well, now they just have to realign, like said it, and we should be having the second game starting in pretty soon. So then we'll see how that's going to play out. Of course, they still have a chance, so it's not that the game is over. It is a lower bracket game, so of course we have a lot on the stakes here. So whoever's going to lose this one, they will drop out of the tournament once again, and the other one's going to go and face out. Now it's going to be time for the second try for Power Team Esports, and of course for the My Insanity to also try to close the whole series, with their victory, but of course that will still take 10 minutes to confirm. So just have to wait and see.
So I'm gonna keep the stat sheet up while we're going through these sections at the moment, because I'm very much interested in how teams are spending their points now and seeing as how that affects things. So the Fent Vario that's just been banned, that actually is it's a 3-point tractor with 246 horsepower, and then of course the JCB Fast Track is a 2-point tractor with 235 horsepower. Those are both really good lower end baling tractors. So that's why those both got banned by my insanity.
Okay, so the perks, we go with the unstoppable on the both sides. So if you're gonna go for the third one, it means that then we do have the same big hole versus the bottleneck on the last one, and of course the opposite way as it was earlier on the previous game. So this is okay. This we don't see that often. I mean, we saw this once yesterday, unstoppable versus unstoppable. But yeah, I guess it's safe play. I didn't see in which order they did choose that. Was there some kind of a trailing happening, or was it just like a, what the both teams wanted to play? But we don't have to worry about that anymore. So we are getting on the game, and yeah, let's see. The first bales, how even they're gonna be, how the podiums will be claimed, and so on. That we will see. And we do have PB actually at least heading towards the same direction as the Power Team Esports, so there's going to be one challenge from the class combined. And PB is going to be there earlier, that's for a fact, but who's going to be getting in? It's going to be PB, so he's going to take that down. So My Insanity will claim the class. We can see at the same time there was some other kind of a challenge? No, not really. So Power Team Esports also claimed
got that.
something.
So they got that Massey Baler. So the horsepower, that Massey Baler is really useful for teams because it can, it's a really low horsepower, but it's a fast work speed, and that's why teams like that Massey Baler. You can do 24 kilometers per hour with the work speed. So yeah, it's really useful, and it can carry up to 3 bales. So it's it's a really versatile baler, that one.
Meanwhile, we do have about 140, 139-ish first bale for My Insanity, and we can see Obelix coming also across the bridge. Gonna be slightly less, of course. I think the gap is gonna be like I don't know, depends how it's gonna happen. Seems to be reversing that in, so it's gonna be maybe 15 points or something like that, depending how fast this will come. It's gonna be 121. Okay, so it's gonna be more than that. It's gonna be 18 points, the gap. So almost 1 bale. So great start from My Insanity. And Power Team Esports, I mean, not the worst start. I mean, nothing huge, no mistakes, or nothing that dramatic. But still, of course, you don't want to be that much behind. Silo closed and bridges raised as the first line of drops, and of course, this means that we don't have the silo closed anymore for the later drops. But yeah, we still have a grain multiplier, so we'll see how the teams want to play the grain game when they saw. But the silo close is currently now out of the question for the second round of the drops.
Yeah, I think that is the big thing to take away from those first set of drops. Is it does take away silo closed, which takes away a big threat from both teams of what could be coming later. Bridges raised as well. That's quite a again, that's not massively useful at this point. Neither team is taking stuff back. We have seen Power Team Esports though go and pick up that silo closed, so they are basically just picking it up to control My Insanity a little bit. I'm not expecting My Insanity to be massively phased by that.
Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't make much of a difference at all. I don't think it. I mean, they just picked something. I don't know why actually. But okay, it's their choice to pick whatever they want. And but yeah, I don't think that anybody wants to go for early delivery that early. I mean, especially it's not about that the silo's gonna stay closed until we have the second line of drops. Gonna stay until we have about 6 minutes on the clock. Because it's Jan actually going here though. But yeah, he can't do anything. But yeah, he will just park it there, gonna ready up the setup. and gonna be happy with it. So I don't think it's gonna be much of a problem because the Obelix, maybe they want to do some kind of an early delivery. Do they have some bales? No, they don't. Mindsanity has some bales, but Power Team Esports doesn't have any bales, so they can't do any kind of an early delivery. And probably wouldn't make much of a sense because the barn is quite far away and so on. But you never know. There's a reason. But they wanted to make an early delivery, at least with the grain. They are not currently delivering the bales, of course, because they don't have them. But they do want to deliver some grain. And this is something that, it's completely fine. I don't think it's going to throw my insanity off, and we can see actually my insanity collecting more grain meanwhile, as they're already on 65k almost. So. Well, yeah, interesting to see what Power Team Esports actually look with that early delivery.
I think that's. I think teams do the early delivery to make space in the overloader for later, so that they're able to get their grain in quicker at that later stage. The big problem that teams sometimes encounter with it is when you get the power ups at 5.5 minutes. Having a grain multiplier in it has not happened this time, so both teams should actually be fairly good. Bale drop for a single bale versus speed up, and bale drop for 2 bales versus speed up, I think would be different choices for different teams. So Mindsanity got for the speed up because they can create more than 1 extra bale going 20% faster. However, I don't think Power Team Esports create more than 2 bales with a speed up. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Power Team Esports pick the bale drop over the speed up. But they have gone for the speed up.
Yeah. Okay, something's gonna be picked. The speed up is gonna be picked by both of the teams, so that's fine. And but yeah, nothing that disruptive. So the game is gonna go as it goes. And looking at the grain situation now, we do have some unloading happening. So Power Team Esports is of course going immediately for the unload, as there was nothing disruptive on the drops. My insanity, there was a moment when I really thought some minutes ago that my insanity has the advantage on the grain, but now it's pretty even actually. I think it's gonna be quite even. So whatever's going to happen with the multipliers, I don't think it's going to be that big of a difference in the end, as soon as Mindsanity has done the unloading, and we don't have to wait for that for a long time, because they're already in a way delivering that away. We can see PB actually going to put some bales on the belt, so they're expecting that they will have a slight advantage maybe at some point, and they will put them here while the belt is still faster, and that's going to be, they will get it to 2.0.
Yeah, that's going to be a 2.0.
Is going to be, yes, there we go. There. Just barely. The slight advantage, so my insanity actually had the advantage. For a while I really thought that it's not going to be the case, and we can see the bale counts are even, and my insanity is currently leading by 80 points, meaning that my insanity do have a real lead currently.
Yeah, advantage definitely here for my insanity at the moment. Again, the team that had the class combine has a increased multiplier going into the latter stages of the game. There are still 3 minutes on the clock, but the bale multiplier is in Mindsanity's favor, as is in fact the bale count. The bale count, they've got 5-6 more bales than Power Team Esports have, although Power Team Esports have scored, which is why their bale count has dropped. Bottom boost picked up for Power Team Esports. They can put bales in the bottom and score the same as if they were putting them in the top. So that is going to allow them to score points very quick.
Yeah, that's going to help definitely. And it's just 2.5 minutes remaining. The time goes so fast. So once again, it's going to be time. And the bale difference is huge, actually. Mindsanity has 18 bales. And look at this. They are once again just doing the work. So this is looking very good. And one thing that I don't want to jinx it or anything like that, but of course that is what we do as a commentators. Though what we saw yesterday, we saw 6 matches, and only one of them ended with 2-0, and it was my insanity winning it. So that is just what came to my mind, that my insanity has been the only team that we have seen so far that's able to actually close games with 2-0 scoreline. So we'll see if the history is going to be repeating itself. But yeah, they are looking very good. Now we can see Power Team Esports getting some deliveries done as well, but they're running very low on bales. They only have 3 remaining, as we have less than 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Of course, they can still press some more, but Mind Sanity has a way more stock. So I think there's currently on the Mind Sanity side I would imagine that they are currently trying to put all the bales on the belt. Yes, here PB is going to get those. It's going to be 83 points right there. That's going to be an additional 42 points, which is going to follow. So then they should be getting 400 something already at that point. So I think that now when they will just get those bales on the belt, they should be catching up. And there will come a time when they will pass Power Team Esports, and Power Team Esports is going to struggle to get any more points as they don't have the bales. Yes, they have them, but they're not yet currently right next to the bar as the final minute is starting. And with these 3 bales, Mind Sanity will take at least for the time being the lead, and then we'll see what Power Team Esports can still do at that point. But this is what I love to see when PB is just stacking them up and kind of like so easily just putting them there and making sure that they are scoring points constantly.
And look at this. This is Mind Sanity playing in the way that Helm plays. They've got the 2 front loaders. They are just in these final stages bringing more and more bales back, and their lead is just going out because they have that front. They have those front loaders continually coming in and supplying the bales.
Yeah. It's going to be just 10 seconds. The gap is already 100 points for Mind Sanity, and Power Team Esports, they don't really have the bales to close the gap. They will try to do everything they can. Nobody's going to be trying to climb, but he's going to be leaving it as a try. He's not going to make it, and in the end, Mind Sanity will take the second game of the series as well, and they will win 2-0 the whole series. So they will stay. They will face Helm later, and of course, this means that Power Team Esports is gone. So once again, one team eliminated. The Power Team Esports holding the 6th place on the circuit standings before this. So that, of course, means that this will be having some kind of changes on the leaderboard regarding this.
28 bales for Mind Sanity. If Mind Sanity play like this against Helm, it's gonna be one hell of a match. It will come down to some very small things. I said it yesterday with Mind Sanity. Mind Sanity delivered a Helm level of bales. 28 bales is up there with the highest numbers of bales we've seen in season 5 of the FSL be delivered, and they are being very, very effective with it. I honestly cannot wait to see Helm versus Mind Sanity, because I think it's going to be a very close game, and it's going to be very small things that swing it one way or the other. Mind Sanity are absolutely on top form right now. They really are.
But before we see the Helm versus Mind Sanity, we're going to see the Jellypog Tires versus Just the Tractor from the upper bracket. So that's going to be the next game. And then after that, we should be seeing Helm versus Mind Sanity. And then the winner, of course, of the next game is going to go all the way to the final. The loser is going to play against the winner of Mind Sanity. Now, a break.
And welcome back to the second online tournament of the Farming Simulator League's 5th season. I am joined by Cast by Copter, and we have just had a cracking game between My Insanity and Power Team Esports. What are your thoughts, Matty?
I mean, it went as I expected, to be honest. From yesterday, I mean, we saw My Insanity. They were pretty strong, and I said it myself yesterday as well, that they have been playing pretty well. I'm happy to see it, that they are kind of like bouncing back a little bit after some of the results. I mean, they won one, they have 1 second place, but then they don't have any, results which are matching the last season results that they were getting. So I would say that I'm kind of happy to see them back in the form, and they look very strong. So yes, that's pretty much what I think.
It's been an interesting thing watching the lower bracket as it's gone through. The teams that have been winning the lower bracket for the most part have been the teams that have been have lost to Trelleborg early on in this tournament. So we had Helm into the lower bracket, beaten by Trelleborg. We got My Insanity into the lower bracket, beaten by Trelleborg. We got New Holland, who Helm just beat, into the lower bracket, beaten by. Actually, they were beaten by JTT. So that is actually that. So that's a team that was beaten by Helm, who were beaten by Trelleborg. So but the whole thing is that at the moment we're left with teams in the lower bracket who lost to Trelleborg. And so I'm very much looking at a resurgent Trelleborg here, a resurgent My Insanity, and a Helm that is actually struggling a little bit. And so I think it's going to be interesting seeing how the latter stages of the tournament go. But now we've got a set of we've got the replays from the last match, and still Power Team Esports struggling to get that first bail in really quickly there. Recovering not too badly, but you can see the deficit between the two first bails there. Jan forgetting apparently that they had the big haul in that first match, and then this is the heartbreaking bit at the end. Oblix just failing to get that one bail in. You can see how close he is to scoring it. In fact, had that bottom bail fallen just slightly more to the right, that would have been enough to have scored that point.
Yeah, it was really close. I mean, it was a devastating moment, not gonna lie. But it is what it is, and we saw the result, and they did everything they could. And yeah, I mean, when he fall down and he's at the other bail on the fork, and then kind of like bounced off there. So kind of like, oh, I have given everything I got.
Power Team Esports were really in charge of that first match. And I think it came down to them just having that multiplier against them a bit at the end. It cost them points per bail, and then just being able to not quite get that bail in was just enough to loosen the match. I think they were very unfortunate that first match. The second match, My Insanity were in control of the whole thing. They got the class combine. They had the multiplier. They delivered 28 bails, which is a huge number of bails to deliver, especially as they didn't have the bottom boost. The bottom boost in that second game went to Power Team Esports. So the high scoring points and with the vast majority of their bails going into the top, that was their skill level. But now we have JDT versus Trelleborg.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see. I mean, Trelleborg, of course, we have seen that they have been having a great performance lately, but also I would say that they're just the track that we have also seen that they have been doing pretty well as well. I mean, they have stayed on the upper bracket. They have beaten teams there as well. Initially, how they started, they beat the DOS, then they beat the Farming Friends, and they actually beat New Holland, and now they are facing Trelleborg. So these are the only two teams on the upper bracket that are still standing there. And of course, the winner is nothing less than a place in the grand final. So if you're gonna win this one, you go to the final. If you lose this one, then you will drop on the lower bracket, and you're gonna face the winner of Helm versus My Insanity. And of course, whatever happens, of course you want to win this one, but you still have a chance on the lower bracket. But the lower bracket, to be honest, it doesn't seem so comfortable currently, because you have My Insanity playing very well. You have Helm, who is more or less playing very well as well. So it will be not gonna say complicated, but definitely easier to get to the final from this game than the ones below.
Just a tractor throwing an absolute spanner in the works here. They have banned, they've cost themselves points to go and ban both the Class Combine and the Massey Ferguson Baler. So the two biggest pieces of equipment that people use in game have been banned by Just a Tractor. It's a really disruptive strategy. Spending the points to do this. It costs a point to ban both of these pieces of equipment, I believe. Yeah, it costs a point for so they spent 2 points to ban them, but it does take both those bits off the board, and it's really telling which pieces of kit the Trelleborg that both teams then went and reserved, because Trelleborg reserved the New Holland Baler, while Just a Tractor reserved the Fent Baler, and they must be very used to using that Baler, because both teams must be very used to using those Balers, because the New Holland Baler is, while it's faster, it takes more to press a bale from it. So yeah, it's an interesting choice, that one.
Yeah, it is definitely interesting, and of course we have the telehandlers in the play as well. So this is I don't really know yet what to expect from this game. I mean, we can see something quite different here, as we can maybe witness during the next 10 minutes. So, but let's see the first bales first. So Hapax, he's leaving behind Janka, and yeah, has a chance of getting 130 something highs, not 140s, I would say. We'll see what's going to happen with the Trelleborg tire side, but we haven't seen anything to be scored yet. Seems that Hapax wants to reverse. That has a slight mistake. They're going to be bumping into the door of the barn. That's going to slow down a little bit, and that's going to take this to 129 actually. And we haven't seen anything from Trelleborg. It's going to be pretty even, 125, so just 4 points of the difference. So this is a great start. I mean, okay, it could be better, but I mean, great start for us as the viewers, that we actually see a close situation with the first bales, which is always a good thing in a way, that the teams, they both have more or less the same chances for the remaining game. Herbicide and direct delivery as the first wave of the drops, and we'll see. Direct delivery probably something which Heiden's going to go and pick that up, because he's going to be running towards it, and yeah, he's going to pick that up, and probably the same is going to happen for Just a Tractor at some point as well, when they will reach that place. But the Heiden was closer because he delivered the bale later.
Something that's surprising me about this is that neither team has gone for the John Deere X9 harvester. It should be available. It should be available to both of them. I'm wondering if it was over on the away or direct delivery selected by Yanka. I think with them having the case combined, that's a really good choice, especially if Trelleborg does not pick up the power up for themselves. It's going to free up space in that case combine, and make it easier for them to match terrain capacity of the New Hollands. There isn't a massive amount. There's about 1,500 meters between the case combine and the New Holland, so it's not such a huge disparity as if it was the past Lexia, but that will definitely help Just a Tractor to even things up.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, both sides, they did pick the direct delivery, and Trelleborg was actually able to use that more, so they will go with 2.2 multiplier for the time being, and then they're pretty much even with the grain collection. So yeah, I would say that with the direct delivery, Trelleborg was able to make more use out of it, and this could actually have a bit of an impact on the final multipliers when all the grain deliveries are done, because it's just the track they're now unloading it, so they probably understand that okay, they want to even out the multiplier more or less, because Heiden coming with a big haul as well. So Trelleborg, let's see how this goes. So in a way, just the track that it just made some more room for Trelleborg to deliver, and they will go with the early delivery even without seeing the multiplier. So they will just pour a little bit of down, but they will go with 2.3. So they're just like keeping this steadily, slightly on their side all the time, even before they will see if there's going to be a grain multiplier available on the next set of drops.
Apax getting bailing going for just a tractor now. That puts them one bale ahead. But they have stopped combining, while it seems that Trelleborg are still going with their combines.
And the drops are here. Well, let's see what do we have here. Still on the distance of bale multiplier and crazy tool. So nothing regarding the grain. Of course, bale multiplier is something that teams are looking for. 1.5 for which side of the team? This is for Trelleborg, and then it's gonna be 1.6 for just the tractor. So there's a slight difference there, but nothing that huge. And yeah, looking at the amount of grain, the multipliers, so both teams have about 49,000 liters of grain. And no multiplier. So yeah, I think I still stand by what I said before, that Trelleborg probably had a slightly better use for the direct delivery, and they, in a way, they should be ending up winning the multiplier on their side.
That's the thing. Just a tractor are overall down in the grain, because you see here, evening things up 2.0 to 2.0, you can see that there is more grain there for Trelleborg, and Heiden is not going for the bale multiplier, but Just a Tractor have grabbed it. Just a Tractor do need to score bales right now. Then they have the multiplier in their favor, and they have that bale multiplier of 1.5 on top of that. This is going to be a crucial moment for them, because they are not going to end up with a multiplier in their favor later in the game.
Yeah, but Trelleborg is not going to even pick that up at all. I mean, the bale multiplier, they're just going to leave it there. They don't have the time.
They ran out of time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They ran out of time. I don't know if Heiden had some... I think did he have some kind of problem not to be able to climb? Now we can see a Loiko coming with the toss.
Look at that!
So we're going to get two of them inside, so he's going to do the toss. He just wants to go for it. We can see Janka also, of course, operating the belt with the telehandler. Let's see, that's going to be a couple of bales, 25. So they still have a decent multiplier otherwise, as the now 2.3. We can see Loiko getting away, maybe getting some more momentum. Speed through the bridge, maybe get a couple of bales on the way and try to make another toss. I don't know what's going to be the case here, but at least he made a toss with the multiplier, so that was the... well, not with the bale multiplier, but with the 2.5 multiplier. That's what I tried to say here. So yeah, interesting. But yeah, I'm still wondering if Heiden actually had some kind of a problem climbing towards the drop, because he was, to me, it seemed that he was actually trying to go there, but from whatever reason, he wasn't able to climb the concrete wall.
Yeah, he looked like he was trying to jump up the concrete wall. He stopped when he saw that he had only 5 seconds left and wasn't going to make it. Multiplier switch for Just a Tractor, so they need to score points again now. They've only got 15 seconds. I don't know if they have anybody there to score, but again, they want to be taking advantage of the multiplier. Janka coming in. Is he going to try and do a toss? It looks like he's going to. He's got 1 second. It's not going to be enough.
Let's go, boys, and here we come. Let's hit Just a Tractor, and all three of them will go inside. Doesn't have the multiplier, but still an impressive toss. We have seen these tosses coming from Trelleborg and from Helm, and I'm not sure how we've seen it from Just a Tractor as well. Well, at least now we have, that's for sure. There's going to be a couple more bales going on the belt. They will definitely go for the second floor. Not going to be a problem. 2 minutes remaining. And when you look at the bale counts, they are quite even, actually. And yeah, Trelleborg is having a slight advantage there. But if I calculate the points and the multipliers, it will be very close. Because I think that if you look at barely the amount of bales and the points, Trelleborg is slightly behind. But then with the 2.3 multiplier, that actually might change the situation slightly on their behalf. So for sure, I think what we are waiting to see here is another very last minute battle around the belt as they're trying to shove all the bales in.
And yeah, and Just Attractor are very much at a disadvantage with that multiplayer. That is 6 points per bale that Trelleborg Tires are scoring over Just Attractor. And you can see it beginning to bite now. We've got 20-point lead. In fact, we've got nearly a 50-point lead for Trelleborg, as Just Attractor are loading more bales in, but that is not going to close the gap right now. More bales coming in for Just Attractor now, but yeah, that gap just keeps widening. That loss of multiplier is hitting Just Attractor really hard at this late stage. They're going to have to try and see what they can do to rectify that next game. This game is Trelleborg are just pulling away. There are bales there. They've got 30 seconds. They can get these bales on because they have the telehandler. And the advantage of that is that they can put the bales higher up the list. But that's a mistake that they didn't need.
Yeah,
that
it looks
bale
complicated.
Is not going in.
There were 4 bales. 4 bales in the front of the telehandler. That's going to drop down. Those 2 should be going in though, and they need to do something more. But they will try to have this up to 10 seconds of time to go. Loiko wants to put that on the bottom. Oh, they're going to drop down.
No, they're going to forward. That didn't work either.
It's going to be so close, but in the end, Trelleborg will have this. But there was definitely some, let's say, drama could have been there. But unfortunately, fortunately, they did manage to save it still. But there was definitely, a lot of trouble with those final bales. But in the end, they will still claim it.
That actually is closer than it looks. Just Attractor missed a toss with 3 bales at the end there. That would have been enough for them to win it. Trelleborg having 2 bales fall off, that would have been enough to secure it, even with that toss. That was so close. That was a really well fought game. Quite why Just Attractor ended up with with a bale multiplier so much against them, I'm not quite sure. There's a lot of grain that they didn't deliver that Trelleborg did, and that definitely made that so much harder for them. And yeah, I think that probably cost them the game, having that multiplier so much against them.
Yeah, that is true. The multiplier was all about the direct delivery, because most of the difference with the multiplier was made with the direct delivery already at the start. I think it was 2.2 for the Trelleborg at that point, and then when it came to actual delivery of the grain, then I think that they maybe made like a 0.1 more at that point. So they just played everything related to the grain very well, and got that multiplier. And yeah, they didn't go for the bale multiplier on the drops. Didn't have the time, as we saw Hayden hiding behind the concrete wall. And that was a bit of a surprise to me, to be honest, that they didn't go for it. But they didn't need it in the end. And they had that 2.5 multiplier, 2.6 actually at that point, if I remember. So they were still scoring some bales with a multiplier. And at the same time, Just Attractor, they had like a 1.6, 1.7 multiplier, which is very low. And then they had the bale multiplier. So they were just scoring like a couple of points per bale more. So in a way, both scored the bales after the first drop. But the difference wasn't that big even, while Trelleborg didn't have the bale multiplier.
Also, getting that multiplier switch, getting the 2.3 to 1.7, and having that period of 15, 20 seconds when they could have scored at 2.3 and not quite being in the right place to score with those 3 bales, with that toss coming in just a couple of seconds too late and scoring 1.7 with each of those bales. Again, that would have been enough points to have made a big difference at that stage. Wouldn't quite have been enough to win it, because it would have been only 18 points, but it would certainly put them back in the driving seat at that point.
Yeah, that could have happened. But now we have the tone is set, so Trelleborg has shown that, okay, we are here to play, definitely. And second game, win that one as well. So now, of course, they need to fight back. That's needless to say at this point. Of course, they wanna, if they wanna still be on the tournament. But okay, the loser actually doesn't get eliminated because this is the upper bracket match. But the loser's gonna drop down to play versus the winner of Helm versus Mind Sanity. But the winner will go to the grand final.
And we're seeing a very regular ban here from Trelleborg. Just Attractor, though, carefully using those points. An interesting thing I find about banning the class Lexion is that it costs a point to do that, but every combine purchase after that costs 1 point less. So you don't actually lose any points by banning the Lexion. I have a feeling it's probably very similar for banning that Massey Ferguson. Most of the other Balers that the other's going for is... So that New Holland Baler costs 1 point to pick. The Fent costs 2, which is the same as the Massey. So it does cost Just Attractor a point to ban that Massey Baler and pick the Fent.
Well, we do have telehandlers incoming as well. Again, I mean, they were not banned, so teams will take immediate action of utilizing them. So we have Janka and Loiko, which we saw during the tosses, both of them. So they will pick them up. On the perk side, of course, we do have Unstoppable versus Big Hall. So we go back to the traditional perk setup here, and we have pretty much everything now done. So we're gonna be just loading to the game.
Just Attractor have picked a different perk. They've two of their members haven't picked a perk, and the third one has picked a different perk to one we see picked normally. So I'll just talk about Head Start quickly. Tractors and harvesters can drive off immediately after you board them with Head Start, so it gives you just that little bit extra push when you get into a vehicle, which is quite useful for when you're running around and moving about on bits. Haypax is just slightly ahead here for the Fent Baler, and Just Attractor is going to get 2 Fent Balers. That is a really good bit for them. But Trelleborg have got the second New Holland Harvester. Just Attractor grabbing a second Baler as well, just to deny it to the other team.
Yeah. So looking at the clock, 9:20, Hayden is here. We'll be starting to press the bale. Not that far away, but definitely further away than normally from the barn. And that this is closer now for JDT. But they're also starting just to press the bale. And they do have some distance as well. So based on the location where they're currently operating, it's pretty even. Maybe JDT has a slight advantage because they won some of those battles, but no, Hayden is actually already here, so he has been doing a great job. And of course, this class, Terra Track, it's just very fast, and it's gonna miss the bale, so that's not gonna be the greatest news, unfortunately. And we can see Haypax now coming in also with the same utility, and if he's gonna get this in, should be of course claiming it for them the first bale. I mean, 120, and Hayden, it's not that far away, 117. So 3 points of a difference. So once again, a very close one. I think there was a chance for Trelleborg to, claim 130 something. But of course, when you miss the toss like that, then it's of course not going to be working out.
Crazy Tool and Herbicide, but it's quite a way off from where any of the players are. I would expect them to maybe pick up Herbicide. Crazy Tool is really not useful at this point. But to be honest, I don't think either team will actually go for any of those. They're a bit out of the way and not massively useful.
Yeah. So we go back to the usual game. Nothing usual. Well, nothing that useful on the drops. And remember that we do have the big call now on the JDT side as we just need this as well. So this, of course, maybe affecting slightly how we see the rain collection happening. But yeah, shouldn't affect that much. But it's something that you see quite often when you have the big ball then. And the other team is collecting differently. Maybe that's the not so specific way of putting it, but at least some way of telling it or explaining it, that we can see some differences happening here and there. Anyways, seems that things are going to continue as they are usually doing. We can see Apex now moving the big hole on the side of the field, and then we can expect Hayden to start moving towards the silo from here. So he's going to go and put that as the base of the setup. 7 minutes are done, so 1.5 minutes for the next set of jobs. So of course, we're like starting to prepare towards that time already, and as the time is already passing by pretty fast. But yeah, Hayden trying to go between the buildings. We actually haven't seen any mistakes happening here through, right next to the buildings. We see from time to time that people are getting stuck on the trees or, crashing slightly on the side of the building, for example. But that hasn't been happening at all this week. Well, the teams are continuing the same. Just 45 seconds till the next set of jobs. And then we'll see if there's going to be something disruptive. So based on the first wave, which we had some minutes ago, we didn't see anything disruptive there, meaning that all the disruptive drops are still available for this second wave of the jobs. And when it comes to the bales, actually, we can see just the tractor, they have started to press the bales. We have something on the trailer box tire side, though, so they haven't been pressing. Now that we have one, but that's pretty much it. So just the tractor with that one, with 6 bales now currently standing. And yeah, trailer box definitely catching up. 5 seconds to the drops. They should be coming in this second now because the Loiko going towards the silo. It's going to be speed up and bale multiplier. So there's nothing that is going to be related to the crane or nothing that related to the silo, for example. And so we're getting in a halfway. So bale multipliers, of course, the drop that the teams are looking to pick from here. Maybe this time actually Trelleborg will go and pick that up because they didn't take that at all on the last game. Talk will go and start unloading the grain. So as there was nothing that's going to stop their wave, they want to do the early delivery. Just the track, they're kind of stuck with 60k. So they didn't go for any kind of like a rerun to refill it or anything like that. So they have 60k, and I think that Trelleborg tires do have a slightly more than 60k. And right next to the drops, because he actually Apex going for the speed limit. He doesn't go for the bale multiplier, which is going to be picked by the Trelleborg tires, which is a little bit strange. And now, as we have 3.0 multiplier for Trelleborg currently, it would be a time to score some points because it's been 45 points per bale. It's more or less, it's actually 1.7, so it's even more than that. If you're gonna score now, well, okay, now we can see just the truck started to unload, but there was a moment that with 1.7 multiplier, you could have scored a huge amount of points per one bale for Trelleborg, but that advantage is gonna be now taken away, and then we'll see where that's gonna settle down, because Loiko actually trying to do something about it. They have a very fast belt, but he's gonna be having a bit of a problem here. The one is gonna go inside, the second for sure is not, gonna be 31 points still. But yeah, he's kind of misses the opportunity there to do some points because there was 3 of the bales in the front of that telehandler, but only 1 goes in, meaning that there was 93 points available. But now he's gonna get a couple more in, so this is how Trelleborg is now getting the points. And from whatever reason, just the tractor is not able to at all do anything smart here. They're not. I don't know why they didn't go for the bale multiplier, to be honest, because a Janka now going and tossing something in. But the bale multiplier would have made a lot of sense for this moment because they do have so high amount of bales already as well.
Yeah, you kind of wonder if they're trying to press extra bales rather than worrying about the bale multiplier. It's a question of how many points did Trelleborg score with that bale multiplier, and in fact Trelleborg grabbed Lord Baylor, so they immediately scored points from that. That front bale is looking a little bit rough. Is that going to go in for just a tractor, or is it going to fall off the side?
No,
it's
so
going to
close.
go.
I think yeah. It was a little bit scary.
Just a tractor finding themselves at a deficit on the multiplier again. Not as bad as it was last game, but they still not delivered as much grain as Trelleborg have. And I love Just a Tractor's disruptive gameplay at the start, banning the Baylor and banning the Combine. But if they can't turn that around to an advantage in the multiplier, that actually doesn't make a huge amount of difference to them. Yes, it's forcing the other team to play with slightly unfamiliar equipment, but they need to be pressing that full advantage. And if they're not able to get an advantage themselves from doing that, then it ultimately makes that meaningless.
Yeah, well, now, what is that? We do have another toss there. One of them is gonna go down, two of them is gonna go in. But Trelleborg is, well, I guess we can try to start calling it again a Trelleborg toss on their side. Then we have the help hurdle, and then we have just the tractor something, I don't know what that is. But but they will do the toss, and we can see Janka now putting the bales back on the belt here on the just attractive side as well. So it is quite even when you look at the scores. Trelleborg definitely has a slight advantage. I mean, when it comes to the scores and also to the multiplier, but it's not something that cannot be really beaten by just the track there. I mean, it comes all the way down to one single mistake, I would imagine, at this point, because something can happen, and as teams are still so close to each other, you know, it can actually have an impact as well. So we'll have to wait and see. But there's going to be 4 bales there. That's going to be, what is like a 76 points available for just the track. We do have 35 seconds to go, which means that Trelleborg, they should be also having currently bales on the belt. That's at least what I'm hoping for. And Loiko is operating. Loiko has, I mean, he had a couple of small mistakes with the telehandler earlier. So he's now taking it pretty safe. And just the track is actually on the lead as we have 20 seconds to go. Trelleborg tires, they need to do something. There's going to be still 5 bales for just the track because it just gone. Justicon coming and reversing that in. It's going to be very close. 10 seconds to go. The gap is only 50 points.
These need to go.
Loiko's going to be coming with a toss. There's going to be 2 of them inside, and they will not go inside. No, they will try to save it down below, and it's going to be just the tractor who's going to get the victory from here. They tried to close them still on the lower floor with those 2 helpers waiting if they will not go in, but they didn't get them.
Wow.
So if that would have taken the whole, I mean, that would have sealed the deal. Just 1 bale out of those.
One bale.
The second floor, or both of them on the lower floor, would have won the game for them. And I'm sorry, but I just gotta question just a little bit. Of course, you want to go for the double amount of points, but what if Loiko would have just directly driven on the lower floor with those 2 bales?
Yes. But he was blocked. They were trying to, so they had their balers backed up in. They were unloading off the balers. There was no way to get those 2 bales in the lower floor. And he only needed one of them to hit home. He only needed one of them to get in, and that's the trouble. They both were just slightly too far out to make it. I think he maybe a little bit rushed getting them on the forks, and that meant they were wider than they needed to be. And yeah, it's so close. I do think that Just Attractor need to get a handle though on their grain game. That's the second game they've been where they've been at a disadvantage on the multiplier, and it so nearly came. It so nearly cost them again. They are still in this by the skin of their teeth at the moment. And I love that they're banning the Class Combine. I love that they're banning the Massey Ferguson Baylor, because that does cause disruption straight off. But they've got to take advantage of that themselves, and they've got to have that grain game under control. I think if they did that, they would easily beat Trelleborg. If that multiplier was in their favor, both these last games, it just wouldn't have been as close this one, and they wouldn't have lost the first one. They would have beaten Trelleborg with the control of that grain. So yeah, that's what I'm looking for in the third game. They can get a handle on that. I think they will knock Trelleborg into that lower bracket.
Well, it's a close one. I mean, what can I say? Definitely an interesting game to see, and just attractive, and of course Trelleborg. It's just so close. I mean, so even. So the third game, in a way, I find it justified actually based on the results of these 2 games, even though there was a chance to secure it already on the previous one. But I'm eager to see how this is going to play down. So yeah, we're going to go for the third game of the series, and of course the same stakes are still there. The winner's going to go to the grand final, and the loser's going to drop on the lower bracket, and then actually we are done with the upper bracket, and then we only have the lower bracket matches, and of course then in the end the grand final remaining. So yeah, we have after this one we have 3 matches to go, which or 3 series of matches, of course, which means that we're gonna figure out who's gonna be kind of like on the quarterfinal on the lower bracket versus the team's gonna be dropping from here, and then also one of the lower bracket matches before that, and then the grand final. But yeah, let's not go ahead of things. I always do that. Sorry about that. Trying to keep you guys up to date where we are. But there we go. The third game, Trelleborg Tires versus Just the Track there, and once again we go to the ban phase.
Trelleborg banning first and taking out the John Deere ATAR. That is the fastest, most powerful tractor in the game. So yeah, taking that off the board is quite good. Just tractor going with their strategy that they've gone with the whole way here, banning the Class Lexion, expecting them to ban the Matty Ferguson as well. They do really need to take advantage of the disruption that banning those 2 pieces of equipment makes. And then the Case Magnum getting banned as well. So those 2 big tractors getting banned, that basically sends both teams choosing between the Terra Track and the large Fendt. So as a result, we see a lot of teams spending the extra point and going for the Terra Track because of its speed and its power. But previously we've seen Trelleborg going for the Fendt. They've gone for the Terra Track this time, though.
Yeah, I mean, the Terra Track is an interesting one. I mean, we have seen now that you are able to deliver so fast first bales with it. I mean, even if you are not in an optimal position. So when you start and if you don't find the equipment you need on the podiums nearby, but if you have the Terra Track, then you can actually, even from the longer distance, still get a decent amount of first bale points. So yeah, there's definitely use for it. Anyways, we have the picks and the bans, and now we're going to be heading towards the game. So it will be Bottleneck versus Unstoppable, and this time it's going to be Unstoppable on the Just the Tractor side. And of course, the usual fight for the, challenge the podium. Maybe that's a better one. So this is not really a fighting game, but it's definitely a competing game. So maybe we'll talk about challenging the other team on the podiums. And there we go. We do have a bit of a challenge here with the Justicon and somebody from Trelleborg Tires, but they're going to be just getting around a little bit. So we can see that they are going to get the baler. We can see Heipax actually being very, very far away. Loiko's going to claim the ideal, and Heipax going to get the baler. At least that's what seems to be the case. And Justicon's going to get the John Deere combine at the same time. So just the tractor, they do have their setup how they want to start building the first bale. Loiko and Haydn from the Trelleborg Tires, this does look better to me. I mean, the position and everything and the distance, but I have been wrong in the past as well. Last time when I said this, there was somebody coming with exactly with a Terra Track from the distance and almost equal, matching the same amount of first bale points. But Haydn here, also with the fast Terra Track, this actually could be a very good, I mean, we're looking at high 140s if he's going to toss that in. And he's going to toss that in. It's maybe a little bit too early, but it's going to go in 146. That is a great start to Trelleborg. And now we'll just wait what the Just Tractor is going to be doing when they will finally reach the barn. But as we can see, they are quite far away currently still.
Yeah, they're coming a very long way round, Just Tractor. They're very much not worrying about first bale so much. They did go for the John Deere combine, and that is right up the far corner, or was right up the far corner of the map. So they're having to go the long way round as well because Trelleborg have chosen Bottleneck. We got speed limit and bridges lowered. Justicon is going straight past it. Heipax not going for first bale at all.
Yeah, he just was, I don't know, he's just cruising more or less. Like, oh, I want to try this out. This is a nice tractor. Let's do a bit of a round. Then we have the first drops as well. It's going to be speed limit and bridge is lower. He's going to go for the speed limit. But yeah, they still have the first bale in the baler. I don't know why they decided not to deliver it at all. I mean, it was a long way for sure, and the position wasn't anyhow optimal. But I mean, yeah, I did expect that it's not going to be the greatest first bale, but I didn't expect that they will not deliver it at all, as they were even like already going towards that. So to me, it seems that he was like just driving around with the bale, like showing the world, oh, this is my river, these are my fields, kind of like, you know. And then they decided to go for whatever reason decided to not to go. But okay.
Yeah, just to track. Just to track to definitely trailing time-wise at the moment. You can see the difference between where Hayden is and where Hapax is. They are again good 30 seconds behind, as we've seen before. This is not the kind of control I was looking for just to track to take in this for the third game. They seem to be left very much on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, for sure they will get some points from the first bale when the time comes out, but realistically, they will lose about 100 points here. I mean, usually when the teams will come with the, let's say, the first normal bale deliveries and they will decide to put the first bale in then, it's like a 40, 50 something points what they usually get from it, depending from the time. And having 146 from the Trelleborg tires, that's about 100 points of a difference. So that is pretty huge, I would say. So, yeah, let's see how this plays down. But yeah, of course, not the greatest start for the Just the Tractor, to be honest.
Yeah, it's now even more important, really, that they get that multiplier control. But even there, you can see there's 5,000 more liters at the moment, almost 5,000 more liters for Trelleborg. So that multiplier isn't in Just a Tractor's control either.
Yeah, I see the multiplier. I mean, we are closing on 5.5, so we should be having the first drops coming any second now, more or less. But yeah, it's been a bit, I don't know, confusing start for me, to be honest. I don't really know what to think of this. Because, I mean, we have seen this happening in the past. Grain multiplier is going to be there, bale multiplier is going to be there as well. And these are for the side of Trelleborg. Just a Tractor, let's see what kind of a multiplier is going to be offered to them, because this is 1.6. Yeah, slightly better. So not that big of a difference, to be honest. The 1.5 versus 1.6 doesn't make much of a difference, but of course, Just the Tractor, they need some points anyways. So let's see how they want to play this down. But yeah, there we can see grain multiplier over bale multiplier for the Trelleborg.
So yeah, very much. Just a Tractor needs to go for the grain multiplier. Trelleborg's belt is stopped at the moment. And Hapax is sort of hanging around the grain multiplier. I think he's waiting for his teammate to be in position. He is going to have to get it. He's got 3 seconds left. There we go. 2 seconds on the clock. They now have it for 85 seconds. So Just a Tractor need to empty all of this. They've got a slightly bigger multiplier on this. So, yeah, they do need to take full advantage and get the multiplier in their favor. They have a lot of points to make up.
Yeah, well, the unloading is now coming, as we can see. And we'll see where it's going to end up. We can see the belt being stopped on the Trelleborg side for the time being. We do have a bit of organizing happening here, so there's going to be more grain coming down soon. But looking at the multipliers at 2.5, yeah, I don't think that Just the Tractor actually has enough grain to even make the multiplier even. So when they will start unloading it, I mean, 30,000, it's going to be just barely on that threshold. But yeah, I don't think so, because they have like 50,000 more. That's not going to be enough to get like a 0.5.
Multiplier is over for Trelleborg.
Yeah. Yeah.
20 seconds left for Just a Tractor. If they can unload the rest of their grain in this 20 seconds, then they can do it. But they're sitting there. They're not emptying it. They've got 10 seconds left. Why are they not emptying their grain?
I don't know. Maybe they have.
This is a massive mistake.
Very complicated round. Yeah. Yeah, they will end up with it. Yeah. They will end up with
And that's
something.
it.
Okay. Yeah, the multiplier is gone. And now, I mean, we do have a super drop. We have the first Bale with the 42 points, by the way, coming at the same time. Bale withering. But the gap is 200 points. And with 1.2 multiplier, it's not that you can do that much with it, to be honest. Yes, you can unload still the remains, but but that's going to be without the multiplier. And that's going to leave them, somewhere 1.7. Maybe it's doable.
What is Just Attractor doing?
Yeah.
Why have they left their multiplier at 1.2?
Yeah, and then they're also failing with the fails. This is looking strange. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's
the only reason I can think is to stop Trelleborg doing that. Trelleborg can toss, but why Just Attractor haven't even taken it back to 2.5? They could have taken Trelleborg's multiplier back to 2.5, still stopped Trelleborg's belt, and be scoring 5 points more availed than Trelleborg putting it in the bottom. This is not going to work out how Just Attractor want it to at the moment. It is going to cause them a massive problem. They're making a rod for their own back because they cannot make up 200 points this way, and now they're delivering the grain.
Yeah,
and
but it's
now they're living at 2.5.
No, they don't have time to do anything else anymore at this point. I mean, they can deliver something. Loiko decides from whatever reason that he's not going to go for the toss because Janka going to put something on the belt, 1.5 multiplier. But yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to say, but it's over already. There is no way back from this at all. It's way too much because Loiko trying to go for the toss once again, and he's going to be successful as well. That's going to be 75 points, but the difference is now 250 points. And I mean, there's only 6 bales on the side of Just Attractor as well. They don't have the bales either. And we can see all of the bales which they have actually in this picture. But there's something really, really, really strange going on currently, which I don't understand. And I don't know if Alex, I understood from your talks that you don't understand
I can see what they're going for. They're going for as much of a disruptive game as they can, but it's not tight enough. If you're going to try and disrupt your opponents this much, you can't leave them with a 2.8 multiplier when they have a telehandler they can toss bales in at the top, because they will score points with that. You've got to give them the minimum multiplier. You've got to hold them at this 2.5. You've got to be I mean, that is
they blocked it, more or less. They created their own
Had that happened
bound
earlier, that would have really, really done Trelleborg in. But I can see what Just Attractor were going for. But it wasn't quite tight enough. It wasn't quite there in a way that they could take full advantage of it. And not being tight enough and not being able to fully execute it, someone like Trelleborg will take full advantage of it. And they did. And you can't leave the first bale on the floor like that too.
Well, Just Attractor is out, so not out, but out to the lower bracket. That's what I mean. I always forgot that we are back on the upper bracket. So yeah. So what this means is that, of course, Trelleborg Tires will make another grand final appearance. So they have secured their place on the final, and of course, then we do have Just Attractor now dropping down on the lower bracket. And what we have there is that the next game we're gonna have is the one versus Helm and My Insanity. The loser's gonna drop out, and then the winner's gonna play against Just Attractor, and then they will play, and the loser's gonna drop out, and the winner goes to the final, and then we have the final. So that's more or less the agenda that we have here. So yeah, Just Attractor, they still have a chance, but for sure the last game, they can't do anything like that anymore. We got to be going for a short break. We'll be back with Alex right after that one. So just wait for 3 minutes, and we'll see you guys shortly. And
Welcome back, everybody. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, Alex. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. It's fantastic. Yeah, I lose track sometimes of which of us is meant to be restarting, so my apologies for that. Yeah, fantastic game. I'm loving the disruptive play that Just a Tractor are doing. They are doing some of the most interesting gameplay in the FSL at the moment, I think. I think it's a little bit tighter, and I think they would be stomping all over people. So yeah, I want to see more of that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Trelleborg has been coming, back in a way as a name, and I'm quite eager to see how this plays down. I mean, yeah, now we have Trelleborg in the grand final, so then it's all about who's gonna face them there. What we saw in the last tournament, though, in Birmingham, was that Trelleborg beat Helm for the first round, if I remember, and Helm went again on the lower bracket, and then they actually met on the final again, which is there's some similar elements, but then Helm just destroyed them on the final. So I was expecting at least on the Birmingham event at Lama, I was expecting that it will be closer. That there are small battles, that it's not going to go that straightforward. But then, yeah, Helm once again showed what they actually are. So just saying that, even though we say that, yeah, Helm is not struggling a little bit and not getting the greatest results, but it is still Helm. That's what I'm trying to say. That
they do pull it out.
That happens.
Yeah, the Helm really do pull it out of the bag when they need to. And that's the reason why they make it through on the lower bracket when they get down here. We're seeing some good play here. Just missing out to that New Holland Harvester on the first one. This is Hayden getting stuck, and you can see he's stuck on the wall. He can't get up there. He knows there's not enough time left and goes back the other way. Lovely toss from Loiko there. And Yanka getting a nice toss in. That is when he just missed out on that Bale multiplier, which would have made a big difference in that first game. And and then Yanka missing out at the end there, which would have made a difference, actually. That would have won them the first one. Then Hapax managing to beat Trelleborg to the Fent Baylor, very useful for them. Loiko getting to that New Holland Harvester again. And both teams getting better and better at doing those tosses the whole way through. I did not realise.
See multiple teams doing the tosses now, so that's of course a nice, refreshing thing when we see people reaching new individual level.
And that's the one that missed and cost. Oh, and they tried to push them in. So they did try and get those in at the end there and missed the push as well.
Yeah, they did try. That's what I was trying to explain, that if they would have just reversed those tractors away from the way and just driven that in the side of the belt. That's a different story. So,
I'm saying, my apologies. I thought they were there. And as a result, they were putting bales in. I didn't realise they were there to try and catch the bales. Hayden got stuck. He was stuck in the wall. That's why he couldn't get up there and do it. I think that bit that juts out at that point where the bridge comes down to. So there's a bit on the wall that the bridge just comes down onto. And I think he got stuck on that. So that explains why he wasn't able to get that power up.
So he was stuck. Okay. Anyways, now we have seen that game. Now nobody got eliminated, so now it's going to be time to head towards the lower bracket match, which is the Helm versus My Insanity, which is the one that I think we said like a 1 match ago that it's going to be I think with the Alex's UK terms, like a one cracker of a game or something like that.
I am excited for this game. My Insanity have been delivering Helm levels of bales the whole way through this tournament. Their last game against Power Team Esports, they delivered 28 bales to win it. And that means My Insanity is playing the same kind of game in the later stages as Helm does. So this is very much going to come down to small things like who gets the class combine and who manages to close the silo at the most inconvenient moment and bits like that. So I think this is going to be close. That is my thoughts on this. I am looking forward to seeing a team that is playing Helm's game as well as Helm going up against them.
Yeah, I mean, My Insanity. I was just wondering about the bans. Will they actually allow the telehandlers? But doesn't seem to be the case. So Manito should be the next one, and then we have something from Helm's side. So again, My Insanity making sure that Helm doesn't get to play with the telehandlers, and two large structures banned by Helm. Case and John Deere, which are pretty much equal in size, I would say, more or less. And then the bans Bottleneck versus Bottleneck. So seems to be that they want to play with the same perks. And I think it was actually chosen by My Insanity first, so Helm did pick that a little bit later.
Yeah, Helm deciding to go with the Bottleneck against Bottleneck, not planning on doing any other play. It's slightly interesting to me because I think with that length of time, I would have been very tempted to have selected Big Hall at this point. But as we were saying earlier in the tournament, it's proven to not be a problem for teams to do Big Hall versus Unstoppable quite so much anymore. So yeah, Bottleneck against Bottleneck is a good way to make sure that you don't end up at a big disadvantage with that choice of perk.
Yeah,
the class is in play.
Yeah, it is.
Be interested to see if teams go for John Deere. Yeah, we've got a fight. No, we don't have a fight on for the John Deere Combine. We do have Helm going straight for the John Deere Combine, while Jan is going for the New Holland Baler. JK has got the Massey Ferguson Baler, and My Insanity has got the second class Combine. So
yeah, it seems someone wanting to make a compromise at the start, that they don't want to challenge. You know, it's kind of like an all-in kind of a move. That if you go there, you're gonna lose it, and it's gonna be like very bad first fail. So they are in a way now compromising a little bit. Okay, let's play it safe. Let's go here. We still get a decent first fail. Might not be the greatest, but it's still gonna be a decent one. But JK is actually looking very good here because he's gonna be heading towards the one already, and yeah, I mean 140 something for sure. This is gonna be, he's gonna toss that in, but JK has been making so 146 maybe could be a thing. 145, so that's a good start. And then we'll see Jan is gonna come here as well. He's gonna go from the safer route. For sure it's gonna be less than that. We're looking at 130s, depending how he's gonna toss that in. He seems to be reversing it. So it's gonna be like a 120. It's gonna be almost 20 points of a difference, to be honest. And yeah, 19 points of a difference. So it's not the greatest start. It was taking a little bit longer than I was expecting.
He's kept it within scoring one extra bale in the top though. So that at least will work for them. It's herbicide and bale drop. I think if either team goes anywhere near that at this point, they'll go and grab the bale drop. That would be an advantage at the moment, especially actually for My Insanity. That extra bale would mean that they close up that gap from the first bale immediately.
Okay, so yeah, 8 minutes to go. Nobody's gonna be going for the drops, at least it seems to be the case for now. JK is nearby, but not gonna be bothered by that, at least for now. And the collection will resume, so the grain is being collected. We'll see how this will go. Beatmaster is loading something for JK, having all these nice yellow lights on as well, so making a bit of atmosphere. I don't think that actually Mindset is using them currently, so it's just Helm who wants to have those lights on. But that doesn't make any kind of a difference, of course, the scoring or anything like that. It's just a visual detail. But yeah, pretty much on the middle of the strategy execution, we don't see that much of a difference this year at all. So both teams are loading into the trailer, and we can see JK now headed towards the silo. Jan is going to do exactly the same as well. We can see that this is kind of like a already harvested pad. It's pretty much the same for both of the teams as well, so they have been working on the same area earlier.
It's actually really close. I'm slightly surprised by how close it is, considering how much difference there was between the first bale. Jan and JK here coming in at about the same time. Neither team's unloading, and as I said at the start, these two teams are going on very similar strategies here. It is going to come down to the small things. We've got a front loader tractor there with the Massey Ferguson baler, and Jan is coming to pick that up.
Yeah. 45 seconds till the drops, the grain. My Insanity has been collecting more for the time being. So what you said, Alex, about the grain and about the difference on the first bale as well, I completely agree. Somehow My Insanity has been able to collect now more grain with less time in a way, because of the struggle with the first bale. But okay, we'll see where they're gonna end up. It's definitely interesting to see, and it's gonna be some bottleneck versus bottleneck, so you can stop the belt, no big hauls and so on. So yeah, I think it's important to see where does the number end for Helm.
I think that's purely down to the difference in combines. That John Deere X9 only has a work speed of 17 kilometers per hour, has a smaller grain tank and a smaller cutter, and then the class Lexion is a 20 kilometer per hour combine. It has an 18,000 litre tank, so it will take 1,800 litres more than the John Deere, and has an extra 0.1 of a meter in its cutter width. So it is a much better combine. In fact, it's a much better combine than almost any other combine than any other combine in the FSL. And it's why it's such an advantage getting that. And it's why JDT ban it, because, you know, it evens up the combines so much when you do that.
Well, at the same time, we do have the unloading starting for the team. So My Insanity has been unloading some. We can see Helm also unloading some. There was nothing on the drops that were actually disrupting this whole multiplier, for example, at all. No silo close, no bale or grain multipliers either. So it is just business as usual. So they go all unloading, and we saw that the grain amount was stopped pretty much on the same, about 69,000. So I'm expecting that after everything has been delivered, the teams are pretty much in an equal situation with the multipliers and everything. So we'll just, of course, have to wait and see what is going to happen with that. But that's what I'm expecting. The bale counts are more or less equal. Yeah, 2 bales more for My Insanity, but that's just a couple of bales, so that's not the end of the world. And Helm, as we know, that they are very good at pressing more bales when it comes to the later stages of the game. Jan is going to go through the bridge. We can see PB400 putting some bales on the belt as well, so they are looking to score some points.
Yes!
2.1, 2.2 multiplier. There's going to be something coming out of it, but yeah, let's see. That's going to be 21. Will they get something else? Maybe 22 points. They do have a slight chance, but no, it's going to stop at 21. So 2 bales with the 21-point multiplier, and then they will just leave the rest there. And the Helm at the same time is not delivering, but they are pressing.
So it looks to me like Helm spent slightly longer out getting grain to make sure they could match how much grain that My Insanity have. That resulted in My Insanity being able to press 2 extra bales. But more than that, My Insanity scored points while the multiplier was in their favor, which I've said time and time again teams need to do. And that's some really great, tight gameplay there from My Insanity. And My Insanity getting the Bale Wither and getting that super drop as well. So My Insanity, as we've seen so far in this tournament, are playing a really tight game. And it is giving them advantages. Bales are equal now, though, and Helm have gone ever so slightly into the lead. So at this point, it's going to be down to how many bales both teams get back and get pressed. And at the moment, the advantage to that is with Helm, but we got a technical break because we've had a disconnect on Helm. So we'll be back with them in a minute. But yeah, right now we've got a disconnect on Helm.
Yeah, I think I found this very unfair that we have a technical break coming exactly at the same time as I was trying to eat something here and having my microphone muted. I was slightly scared, to be honest. I was like, okay, Alex is gonna keep on talking. I'm gonna have something to eat meanwhile because I need some energy. And then our technical break, I was like, I have to clear my mouth as fast as I can.
It knew. It absolutely knew. But yeah, what I was saying there is that basically I was having a look at the choice of balers that the team started with. I think JK is reconnected. We should be restarting any moment. There we go. But currently, My Insanity are running with the New Holland baler. Now, the New Holland baler is slower. It takes more straw to press the bales. And as a result, and it's not a stacker. So what you see happening here with the Matty Ferguson, that is classed as a stacking baler, and you're able to stack bales with it. The New Holland big baler is not a stacking baler either. So those three things are putting My Insanity at a disadvantage at the moment. So, and I said at the start of this will come down to little things. And though that is absolutely one of those little things that could cause a big problem for My Insanity.
Yeah, that's true, but they are still holding the lead. So let's see. I mean, of course, the time is all, 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. So it is the efficiency, multipliers, everything is there. Of course, they're missing a couple of the bales, so this will be quite interesting to see. Of course, if Helm is going to be able to score all the bales they can, they should be in a way catching up the gap and take a slight lead, I would imagine. That's what I'm expecting, but let's have a look. I mean, of course, mistakes can play a role here as well. There's this delivery that you have been talking about that they will come with a lot of bales on the front. There's going to be a bit of an action there on the belt.
Will that bale go?
Fine. Those both of them, they will be fine. And we can see PB. No, it's actually going to fall down. We can see one bale actually falling down from the Helm's belt. I was expecting it's going to go inside as well. Luckily, it was behind the other one, because otherwise it would have taken the first bale as well. And meanwhile, PB is just scoring. Oh, he's getting some points in. JK is going to be getting some points in. Wooler's going to be joining the party as well. And just 20 seconds to go, so this is going to be getting a close one actually. And for sure, not all the bales are going to go on the second floor. So let's see, JK is going to take something on the first floor. He's going to be having a bit of an issue. One is going to drop that, two is going to drop that
it's close,
as well. And it's going to be
they are.
For My Insanity.
Oh, it's so close.
They do have a lead.
No, it's going to go My Insanity. I'm 80.
Helm needs to
There's
do something.
nothing Helm can do.
It's going to be My Insanity actually getting it. They will beat Helm on their own game, which is the very efficient final minute and getting everything done. So My Insanity, great job. And Helm, there was a bit of a panic. There was bales dropping down, at least 2 or 3 of them from the belt. JK almost getting stuck with the bale in front of the bottom boost doors as well. So, yeah, let's go.
My Insanity, this is what I was talking about. My Insanity at the top of their game, outplaying Helm at their own game. 25 bales delivered for my Insanity, 23 delivered for Helm. Fantastic play. This is exactly the kind of thing I was expecting from this, that it would be close and that my Insanity were gonna give Helm a run for their money. And they really are doing it. That is incredible.
Yeah, I really like this. I mean, of course, I have nothing against Helm or anybody else. I like everybody's going to be succeeding, of course, but we know that there can be only one winner, of course. And what I do like is that we have so many good teams currently that we can consider that they do have a chance of winning. Of course, I do respect the Helm players. They have been playing so well during the past couple of years, winning basically almost everything. But I do like this excitement. Just like in the Formula Ones, you have finally Mercedes is not winning. And now at some point, hopefully, we don't have Red Bull winning anymore. So just saying that the change is a nice, fresh breath of air.
It's good to see teams coming up to Helm's level. I mean, we said yesterday and today, it looks like Helm is struggling a bit. Helm struggling is still good enough to beat most of the teams in the FSL. But seeing a team like my Insanity at the top of their game, playing Helm at the top of their game and outplaying them, that is impressive to see. And I want to see more of that. I want to see more teams playing at this level. And it's wonderful to see my Insanity coming out. And of course, my Insanity are the only other team this season to have won a tournament and beat Helm. So my Insanity have come along leaps and bounds since the beginning of the season. And I'm looking forward to the second game of this match. This is gonna be a close match.
Yeah. Well, it's starting, so let's see. And just as a reminder, it is a lower bracket game, meaning that the losing team will go out of the tournament, and the winner team is going to proceed all the way to the next game on the lower bracket, which is going to be playing against just the Tractor, and then they will battle from the place on the final. So that's the more or less the what we have here. But anyways. So the bans, they are coming in. Of course, my Insanity, they're gonna be so happy about the previous game. So for sure, they will not allow any new tricks for Helm. So they will try to, of course, not just try, they will ban the telehandlers. Helm is gonna be banning exactly the same, the large tractors. So it's all fine. And we see the perks. Big Hole versus Unstoppable. And
up till this weekend. Up till this weekend, that would have been, that's not a great place for Helm to be. Start on this. Having said that, we've seen teams reverse this a lot this weekend. So I am intrigued to see where this is going. The choice of the Vulture is interesting. That is an expensive tractor for Haynes to buy at this stage. It's the most powerful front loader tractor in this. So that will give them an advantage when it comes to pulling one of the bigger balers with it.
Yeah, let's wait and see how this plays out. But yeah, I completely agree what you said about the Big Hole versus Unstoppable, that this is something which, we would have considered on the previous tournament be a little bit different. So I'm very eager to see how this goes in the end. But, with these teams, we'll see for sure how they will utilize these perks the best way. We do have we can see Helm actually going for the class baler. We can see PB getting the New Holland combine. No, not really any challenges going. We can see John also getting
there was a challenge
baler.
But I don't know what other combine there is. We've got Beatmaster in a class. We've got Wooler in the case combine. That is a huge disadvantage for Helm for the grain game. That combine, that case only goes at 17 kilometers per hour and only has a grain tank of 14 14,400. So, and as a smaller cutter, we've seen the horrible impact actually that had on a team earlier today. 145 first bail for My Insanity. So JK coming in slower for first bail as well. This is not a good start for Helm. In fact, I think they got beaten to that New Holland Combine, and as a result, they've been left pushing to get their first bail in. In fact, they got the class quadrant as well. That was the one that was right up the top. So, yeah, I think they were left way out of position.
Yeah, okay, so there we have it, 20 points of a difference, and this is a great start for My Insanity, not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, let's see, I mean, it was the last time when My Insanity won the tournament. That's of course when Helm didn't get to the grand final, so it needs to happen sooner or later. And it would be quite a bit of a big surprise, because this would also mean that Helm, it would be the first time this season when Helm wouldn't make it to the final. And
I think it's the first time in a very long time that Helm haven't made the final.
Yeah, okay, but let's not go ahead of things. I know it's a tempting topic. I mean, I'm definitely tempted to talk about it, but maybe we'll leave it. Meanwhile, the chat is gonna be telling that they don't like our grain game. Well, I mean, it is a grain game, and I take full responsibility. I saw that somebody was blaming Alex from it. Alex is only talking about grain game, but I will take the full responsibility that I didn't introduce that term I think last season as I saw it. So you can blame me and leave Alex alone.
Just checking last season's standings. Yeah, the team that is now Helm, they had 5 first places and 1 third place. So yeah, this will be the first time since last season that Helm haven't made the final if they lose this game.
Yeah, it is a real possibility. So let's see. But let's first play this game. We are going way ahead of things. I know. We can instead of talk about the the grain game.
I was going to say, are My Insanity going to get started on their grain game early? No, they are leaving the overloader there.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, getting this beta is a nice thing, and I don't know what is going to be the implication of the grain game.
Certainly, if My Insanity's grain game is on top in the same way as the rest of the thing is, they are going to be looking in a strong position.
Yeah, and it's only 40 seconds, then we'll see the drops and see how they're going to be affecting the grain game as well.
Wooler coming round with that Combine Harvester. Currently, Helm only 2,000 litres behind in their level of grain. That might pull out depending on combines, or how full the combines get for My Insanity. We won't actually know where the grain levels sit until both teams stop harvesting. And we're coming up to the 5.5 minute mark with the drops now. Silo closed. Massive drop to come at this point alongside a bale drop. I am fully expecting both teams to go for silo closed, but when are they going to do it? They need to do it at the most disruptive times, and Jan really wants to keep an eye on it. They want to grab it at the last second. They want to disrupt their opponents as much as possible. And there we go. Helm have closed the silo. Jan needs to go and grab that. He has not done it.
Yeah, I mean, Helm actually went. Well, I mean, they wanted to.
He's hanging
Helm
around
just
in
wanted
the
to
air,
do it like quite early in the end.
Yeah.
And now we just wait for the mines and to do the same. So, but I'm still wondering about the amount of grain. The amount of grain for the team.
That is waiting.
Pretty even.
Right, that means the silo for My Insanity silo will open before Helm's does. My Insanity want to be in a position to unload and then score points immediately as soon as that happens. but Haynes is driving away. He's only got 50 seconds. There's nothing he can do in 50 seconds. And it looks to me like the rest of his team has communicated, no, stay there, wait for it to open, unload as quickly as possible. And yeah, the grain game could come out on top for My Insanity here. They will have a 20-second window to score extra points.
Yes.
So they're going to have to line themselves up.
So there we have it, 2.1 for My Insanity for the time being, but the delivery of the grain is going to start in a matter of seconds,
And
I would imagine.
Here we go. Grain delivery coming. Points need to be scored at this point by My Insanity. Have they got themselves into position? They've got a 2.7 multiplier. 2.9. They have stopped Helm's belt, but Helm is now delivering with that big haul, and bam, other way it goes. My Insanity did not score points, but because of Unstoppable, the 2.5 has stopped Helm's belt.
Yeah, multiplier switch on the super drop, and then we'll see how this is going to follow from here. But yeah, 2.5 minutes, the belt is going to be stopped for Helm. Then we have My Insanity at the same time. So the multipliers are now on the behalf of Helm. So My Insanity, they are still missing the grain deliveries. And that is, of course, having a huge difference on the whole situation. But yeah, My Insanity in the lead. And now they will start pouring down the grain. So that should be fine. And we'll see where it's going to end up. It's going to be pretty close, I would say, on the 2.0. I think it's going to be exactly 2.0 now when I think about it more and more.
Yeah.
But it's going to be getting close. Yeah, 2.0 is something that I'm definitely expecting at, because if Wooler collecting it. And let's see the final. Yeah,
and
2.0.
no bail scored.
Yeah.
No bail scored by either team while they had that advantage. So now it is purely down to how many points. And My Insanity have got a 2.1 multiplier. They had a little bit of grain left. It's gone over. So the multiplier has gone against Helm now as well. So My Insanity going into the last minute and a half are at an advantage against Helm in this crucial match, or this crucial game that could see Helm go out. It's going to be down to whether Helm can produce the bales and score the points, but they're 130 points behind, and they don't have the bales to close that gap.
Yeah, I mean, My Insanity has been doing a great job all the time here, as we can see that they are just doing it. And I don't really see the tools, I mean, the means. There's nothing that disruptive currently available for Helm that they could change this. They just need to do it. So this, I mean, this is actually looking at My Insanity. They have a very nice chance of here actually winning this. 45 seconds to go, and there's 14 bales on the Helm side. So there's something that I don't understand what has been happening, and the belt is so slow, as we can see. So My Insanity's belt also is so much faster with that 2.1 multiplier. So Helm, they don't really have anything to fight with. That one bale is gonna fall down for sure. So this is definitely a My Insanity now just excelling on each of the areas that they can, and there's nothing that Helm can do about it. Wooler can just, yeah, he can stack as many bales as he wants, but it doesn't have the time to get all of them up there. That's the problem. 10 seconds to go, the gap is 150 points.
Never
and
seen this before.
This is, I don't know what's going on with Helm. This is weird. I mean, I was expecting that they will fight, but My Insanity will drop Helm away from the tournament. Talking about upsets, this is the first time since last season, just like Alex said, that Helm will not make to the grand finals, and My Insanity will have one more buckle on the belt to show that we did this. And this we need to understand also what happened here, why Helm wasn't able to, in the end, fight back and gain those points they needed.
I am left speechless by that scoreline. 98 points Helm were beaten by. That has been a very long time since that's happened. It's always been 20 to 30 points that difference has been. Helm failed to deliver 3 of their bales, which is, that is incredible. My Insanity absolutely both games outplayed Helm at Helm's own game. And as the first time we've seen somebody properly do that and be effective at doing it. And that's not to say Helm are playing bad. That is My Insanity are playing amazingly well. So yeah, big upset. Helm are out and My Insanity go through. Fantastic. Right, we are going to be taking a break. And we will see you shortly. Sorry, Copter. Yeah, we'll be back in a moment. I was. Hello, welcome back, and welcome to the second online tournament of Farming Simulator League's 5th season. I am here with Cast by Copter, and that was quite an upset that we've just seen by My Insanity.
It was definitely something we didn't expect. I mean, okay, we knew that My Insanity is good. that was stated already before, and yeah, and Helm was a little bit struggling. Of course, I was still, somewhere on the back of my head, I was expecting that they will pull that one last extra mile, Helm, as they always do. But this time they didn't find it, and they are out of the tournament, and they didn't reach the final. So that is definitely a change. But that just only means that the field opens up to a whole lot of new opportunities. We do have Trelleborg Tires already on the final, and now we're going to figure out who's going to be the other team who's going to go to the final. It's going to be just the track there, or it's going to be My Insanity. And however this goes, for sure, I mean, we can have a rerun of Trelleborg Tires versus just the track that they can have their revenge, maybe. Or we can have My Insanity, who is looking very, very strong here on the lower bracket. And then they haven't really faced with Trelleborg Tires, as far as I see. So I'm very, very eager to see how that actually will play in the end. Actually, they did play the second round, yeah, and that's when Trelleborg Tires actually dropped My Insanity on the lower bracket. So that's also, so whatever happens on the final, it's going to be some kind of a rerun.
Yeah, and that the most powerful teams coming through this lower bracket have all been teams that have lost to Trelleborg. So you're right. It's going to be a replay, whichever way it shapes up, whether it's just a tractor or whether it's My Insanity. Now we have the replay of My Insanity versus Helm. Two incredible matches. First one, two incredible games. First one being a lot closer. My Insanity, though, outplaying Helm repeatedly, grabbing that harvester, grabbing that New Holland harvester, causing a late first bail in the first game for Helm. Helm trying to get up the top there and win this first one, and not quite getting everything they needed in there. Or the bails falling away on the first one, and then the second game, just so much of a point difference. 98 points was the gap that My Insanity won that second game by, which is unheard of against Helm.
Yeah, the gap was very big. That was definitely more than I expected. I was expecting that it's gonna go close, and yeah, maybe there's gonna be some kind of like a last minute battle and so on. But yeah, almost 100 points. So that is definitely something that I didn't expect myself to see there, but it happened, and we just need to accept it now. So Helm is out of the tournament,
Yes.
and we do have My Insanity playing versus just the Tractor to see who's going to be the second team on the grand final. And then, of course, we do have the grand final as well. And the grand final, just like last time, it will be best of 5 with the upper team. This time, being Trelleborg Fires getting a 1-game advantage. So we'll start it with the 1-0 scoreline. But let's not go ahead of that. We're gonna still figure out what's gonna happen with the other team towards the grand final. And I don't know. I mean, just the track there. They played. I don't know what to expect, to be honest. I mean, I kind of felt that they had some good gameplays on the previous match versus Trelleborg Tires, but then the final game where they kind of like completely failed, more or less. They got like a couple hundred points in total, and nothing really worked, and they tried to disrupt and it didn't work. So I do have a bit of a mixed feelings about them. My Insanity on the other side, they have been looking very solid since yesterday.
I think this thing, Just a Tractor are playing the most disruptive game in the FSL right now. Just going in and banning the Massey Ferguson Baylor here, and we're expecting them to ban the Class Combine here. No? Okay. Of course they go and do that when I go and say that. They've been banning the Class Combine, but they've done something completely different. And this is the thing, they keep teams on their toes. The problem Just a Tractor had against Trelleborg is they weren't able to fully capitalize on that. And what I'm really looking for them to do here against My Insanity is do that. Yes, they're being really disruptive, but they're not taking full advantage of it. So if they can actually take advantage of this disruption, it's going to be a really close game. If they don't, the level that My Insanity are playing at, the fact that My Insanity were able to outplay Helm at their own game, is going to cause Just Attractor problems if they can't capitalize on this disruption. So we'll see how it goes. With any luck, it'll be a nice close game and we'll get some proper excitement from it. Just Attractor do have Big Hall here versus Bottlenecks. So that's an interesting setup as well.
So let's see. Waiting for other players, and there we go. Finally, getting on the fast match of the series. And yeah, just remember, the losing team out of the tournament, the winning team will go to the grand final. So, quite high stakes, I would say. And let's see, we do have a challenge here with the Jan, and so they will go for the Baylor, it seems, that the New Holland Baylor is going to be challenged. That is going to be very awfully close. It seems to be Just Attractor in there earlier, and it will be...
No!
Who actually claimed that one?
Just
I'm not
Attractor
sure.
did not move it off the platform.
Yeah, it's Just Attractor is going to get it down. There was a bit of a confusion around it, to be honest. But in the end, it's going to be... it is going to be Just Attractor who's going to claim that down. Jan needs to go for the other.
No!
We do have a balance here as well, but Jan's going to be faster on this one, so he's going to win this one. So at least he's going to get something out of this one. And so he tried to actually claim both of them. He actually removed the other one and tried to take the other one from the pad at the same time as well, just to make sure that they have both of the failures for them. But that didn't work. So Janka and Haypax, they're going to go for it. And of course, they spent some time as they were trying to, well, as they were not trying to, but they were claiming the failures. So this is not going to be like at the highest score. Let's see, we can see Jan going. So 130, maybe 132, 131 is still possible. 131, I would go with that one. But it's going to reverse that in. It's going to be less than 130, so 126 maybe, 27, okay. And then, so My Insanity will get the first fail. And Just Attractor's Haypax is going to come as well, but this is going to be at least 10 points less. I would imagine like about 15 points less, so like a 112. No, it's actually 116. So it's 11 points less, but that's still more than half a fail.
And this is the thing. Both teams very evenly set up now, but you can see there with that fight over that case Baylor, and in fact over the New Holland Baylor as well. Just Attractor still playing that very disruptive game, going for a Baylor that they didn't need just to deny it to My Insanity and try and make them go further afield for it. It didn't pay off, and My Insanity actually managed to end up getting the first bail with extra points on it. But Just Attractor going in there, trying to do things all the time that are going to cause problems for their opponent, and when that pays off, that will pay off really, really well.
Okay.
And I'm just looking at looking at the chat, and I'm feeling Fielding's comments again.
No, I'm just wondering that we're going to be reaching the point that soon we can see Haypax moving the big hole on the side, because the Jan now starting to head towards the silo as well. So nothing strange about these strategies. That's all I'm saying, that this is following the usual pattern. And My Insanity is slightly ahead, as we can see, but of course that is explained by the first bail as well, and the timings of it. And the early deliveries, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. We have seen Just Attractor to unload some earlier from time to time. And My Insanity is quite straightforward usually with these, so Jan is going to stay here and wait for it. I think they want to wait for the drop to come for 1 minute until something happens with the grain on their side for the time being, unless of course Just Attractor wants to do something already earlier. But Haypax is going to move it right here. Oh, spin that a little bit. Okay, 2 wheels for a time being with a tractor, with a truck of that size, so that is of course a bit scary sometimes. But it can happen, and they do want to do early delivery. So they are actually unloading a lot of it. So they're betting on the fact, and they're actually putting quite a bit of it. So they will take half of it already. Of course, it's always a miracle for me how the rest of the grain stays there when the hatch is open. But that's probably not my concern, to be honest. So yeah, they will deliver something, and they don't have any bales though to support it. but I guess that's going to be the next target for them to do some bales and see if they can still get something out of the drops that are coming in 15 seconds.
That strategy is all about making more space in that trailer, making sure that they are on top of the grain game, and getting the most grain in there to get the highest multiplier they can. And it's going to pay off because Silo Closed has come up in the second drop. And I think they'll want to hold that until the end. In fact, Just Attractor want to grab it now. There we go. Yeah. Score points, Just Attractor.
Yeah, my Insanity was actually unloading already at the time, but now it got denied, and this is gonna mean that now Just Attractor, they do have that about 90 seconds, 85 seconds of time to deliver some bales, and they have been pressing, as we can see. So now they have 5 bales coming up. It's gonna be 6 in a matter of seconds, and that they can actually do something about those because they do have some time with the 2.7 multiplier. So I think that they somehow should go for a delivery at this point to kind of like make those extra points on the halfway of the game.
Yeah, they have a whole minute to get bales back and score points with them. And my Insanity miss getting Silo Closed. So they have no disruption of Just Attractor at all. Just Attractor's ability to disrupt other teams really beginning to pay off here. But they do need to go and score points with these bales.
They're unloading the bales finally here. Yeah, but I guess they still have 30 seconds of time. The belt speed is, I mean, it's not the greatest, but it's still reasonable. It's 2 notches. And PB is going to come from the My Insanity side as well. They can't really do it. I mean, of course, they can try to do something with those bales, but it's going to be just 13 points per bale, which doesn't make much sense to score them right now. But yeah, I don't see any much of an activity at the Just Attractor side, which is, of course, a bit confusing, because this would have been the time to do something about it. And the My Insanity can start actually now unloading the grain and shifting the multiplier back as soon as they are ready for it. Just Attractor is going to be coming with another batch, and they have been collecting more grain. And based on the amounts that we see here, Just Attractor will have the advantage all the way till the end of the game. So after My Insanity has done the unloading, for sure, Just Attractor will need to do the unloading as well. And we are still like 3 minutes, only 3 minutes on the clock, and we are still delivering grain. So this is a bit, I'm not going to say misleading, but it's definitely a different kind of a game what we're having here. But they are not able to deliver that much more without stopping their belt. And now it's going to happen at the same time. My Insanity is unloading, and Just Attractor is going to be unloading as well. The belt is going to be stopped a couple of times. It's going to be resumed at the same time as well. This we saw yesterday as well. When you do this very fast unloading with the big haul, it does happen. And My Insanity, they have 30,000. So everything is emptied from the Just Attractor side. And now when we do the calculations on the My Insanity side, there's no way they can get past 1.7, I think. And I don't think that they have the setup now ready, as they will also stop pouring the grain. So this is costing a lot of time for My Insanity as well, because they kind of like need to be still around the silo, and we have 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, My Insanity are massively on the back foot here. You're right in that they only have 28,000 liters left, and they are at a 2.8 to 1. It was 1.2, but they're closing it now, and. Oh, Just Attractor are very close to a. No, it's gonna. This is gonna cost them, because their combo is gonna get countered. There it is. My Insanity getting a counter on the combo, because Just Attractor's bale wasn't quite there on that conveyor.
Yeah, I mean, if it would have been there, it would have been a combo. But now they gave the counter instead of the My Insanity. It was a very close one, unfortunate with the bale, but it can happen. It can happen. They are still in the lead, so it's not the end of the world. But the look at the bale counts currently. There's 17 bales on My Insanity, and I think this is, even though PB400 is a very efficient stacker, I think this is going to be a challenge even for him to get all those 16 bales somehow scoring a meaningful amount of points. So there we can see that he's working on it. But I think he's going to be running out of time a little bit. Of course, there's still going to be bales on the Just Attractor side as well. There's going to be just 5 of them, 4 of them remaining. So they definitely need to get them in. that the bale count is slightly low. I kind of hope that they still have another delivery coming from the distance at some point. I don't know what's going on here, why they're leaving it already here. They understand maybe that they do need some bales themselves as well, but I don't know if that's going to be so time optimized to leave them there either. But let's worry about that later. So PB doing the job. They already 100 points away now. So they do have the bales to actually... I mean, if both teams actually deliver all the bales, then it would be pretty tight. But that's not going to happen. So it comes down all the way down to the final minutes and final seconds. 100 points of the difference and 25 seconds on the clock. Because Janka climbing all the way up. He wants to deliver these 3 bales. And that will be...
Yeah,
is it 2
that
of them?
has
Yeah,
scored
2 of
them
them
all.
actually. Yeah, 44 points from those. And that these bales, I mean, those 2 will still go in, but I'm slightly worried about Jan's. Well, these maybe go still inside. It's going to be getting very hectic and very close, but I don't think it's going to be enough, unfortunately. It's going to be 490, and just the track they actually will take the first game away from my insanity.
Perfect example that of just a tractor being really, really disruptive and ending up winning by 20, nearly 20 points, 17 points they won by. Both teams with 2 undelivered bales. Little bit of a difference on the grain delivery, which went in just a tractor's favor. But what a turnaround from the last match. Making my insanity look a little bit disorganized, a little bit unable to score points when they needed to, getting less than 20 bales in when they scored 25 in the last match. This is perfect example of just a tractor playing disruptively and playing well disruptively. Love to see it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I wasn't expecting this. My insanity has been looking very strong. All the matches we have seen earlier, they have won all of them. I mean, 2-0, all of the series, more or less. And now they lose their game. But I mean, of course, you need to lose that at some point. You don't if you want to win it, but just saying that, still. But and then on the other side, I said before the game that just the tractor has been seeming a little bit like not that stable, that one last game on the previous series and so on. So this went a little bit like upside down than what I was expecting, to be honest.
Yeah, it's they seem to, after that defeat from Trelleborg, they seem to have tightened their game a bit. They seem to have got how disruptive they want to be down. They caused, at one point there was a 200-point gap in that game. And in all honesty, I thought my insanity did really, really well to pull that back as much as they did by the end of it. To only be 17-point difference, that was really well done for them. And that comes down to that whole end game stuff where they're able to get a lot of bales in very quickly at the end, in the same way as Helm are able to. They needed to get those last 2 bales they had even in the bottom, and that would have won them that game.
Well, we're going to be heading for the second game of the series, and of course, if just the tractor is going to be able to pull this off, then it means they will play the final. It has the way of here, like taking it to the third game of the series as well. So let's not jump into conclusions. I think we are doing a pretty good job on that currently, just thinking about all the possible scenarios. But then we go to the ban phase, and let's see. We do have the telehandlers once again. They're going to be panned, and then we'll see what else there will be. Do we have any upsets or anything like that? But yeah, I would imagine that this is going to follow pretty much the same pattern which the previous game has did.
There it goes. So interesting to see a team doing this, spending points to deny the other teams, their opponents, of the 2 biggest, the biggest harvester and the biggest baler in game, or the most advantageous of both. Both teams going unstoppable. Just a tractor go for this Fent baler, which is an interesting choice. Every other team go for the New Holland when faced with this choice. And I think it's because the New Holland costs less points to buy. But to be perfectly honest, I think the Fent Baylor is a better choice, even with the extra point it costs to buy it. Because it is the closest Baylor to that Massey Ferguson one.
Yeah. I mean, the whole setup of unstoppable versus unstoppable is interesting again. We have seen this now, I think this is the third time when we see it this weekend. At least two, I think already today the teams have been playing more with the unstoppable versus unstoppable, and then we see Big Hall and the bottleneck going up. But, we spoke about that already. But then this is another thing that kind of like results from it, that we do have the unstoppable versus the other one. But yeah, let's worry about that later. So the game is going to be starting, and My Insanity, they need to win this one, otherwise they are out. And of course, if Just Attractor is going to win this one, then they will take place in the grand final. If My Insanity can take this all the way to the third game of the series, that would be amazing to see, of course. So let's see. Let's hope that we have some great farming simulator content, if nothing else. We do have Jan heading for the Baylor here, the Fent Baylor, and it seems that there's no challenge because the other player from the Just Attractor is going to go for the combine down on the lower podium.
What?
And Jan is going to get one. We can see also one of the, there's something else. What do you want to say, Alex?
Just Attractor have gone for the worst combine. They've gone for the Deutz-Fahr Topliner, which has a work speed of 22 kilometers per hour, but is the smallest grain tank, the smallest header, and I don't know why. Yeah.
Maybe the answer is going to be shown to us too.
Surprise.
Yeah, there will be something. Let's see if they have found something new. That's what I'm going to be interested about, to see how that's going to go. So Janka will be, of course, steering that. We get Jan coming for the first bail, by the way, as we were completely thrown off by the selection there. And we do have a 131 coming for My Insanity, so they will claim the first bail. And Haypax is still actually pretty far away. And do they want to disrupt something? Because I don't really see the movements towards the first bail. Oh, because Janka there on the background. But
Hang on. Why is he
he's
the other
still going
side of
someplace else? Yeah, what is he doing with it? So, well, it's narrow. Maybe that's the only one you can actually get on the other side of the bridges. So what's the play here?
We've seen this tactic before, and I'm annoyed because I can't remember it. Oh no, I know what this tactic is.
He's going to drop the grain there. He's going to drop the grain there, and then they can unload directly from the baler. Yeah. So let's see if that's going to be working out.
He's going to drop the grain immediately in front of the,
Yeah, and now because the Haypack's like unloading all of these at the same time. Is that still the same strategy that we are seeing here? Yeah, it is. We can see this. We can see the grain there, and then we can see the unloading operation, and they will see how much they can actually use. Is it the right distance? That's the only thing that I'm wondering. But it seems to be. There we can see the 3 bales getting in. Let's go, baby! It's almost like stealing a candy from a kid, more or less. And that's gonna be some bales, but I'm just wondering how much they can utilize that, because we saw this happening on what was it? It was like it wasn't in Birmingham. It was like a couple tournaments ago when they did it once, but then we didn't see anybody else using it after it. It was on the first day that I remember, because then nobody even used it on the second day either.
If you're pulling this out, this is wonderful, because they've got 2 balers out there, and they're just gonna keep delivering with the balers. And because nobody else ever delivers until about 3 minutes, they're gonna get at least 1 combo from it. And Just Attractor do not care about the grain game at all.
Yeah.
Oh, but Janka's coming, gonna leave one on that bridge.
Yeah, he's gonna leave one of the bales on the bridge. They do have now 3 bales out of 10 for the combo. So let's see how they will be able to push it. This will mean that My Insanity, if they, from whatever reason, if they want to counter that combo, they somehow need to react into it pretty fast, and they need to gain something. So it will put My Insanity thinking about something else. But I guess that My Insanity will just keep on executing what they were thinking to execute at the start with. Well, let's see how this goes. I'm definitely
My
always open
insanity.
and interested in the new strategies.
My insanity done the one thing they can do to counter this. They've delivered grain. So now delivering it onto the belt is no better than delivering it down the bottom. And suddenly, it's gone completely the other way for Just a Tractor. Because they can't score the extra point. Yes, they can get the combo, but they can't score with the multiplier. They are massively down with the grain, and silos close have turned up. Just a Tractor, though, want bale multiplier.
2 bales from the combo anymore for Just a Tractor. Just 2 bales away from the combo. So it could be happening very well, because it's Jan actually heading towards that area. We can see the drops there as well. And this is going to be Yanka. So with these 2 bales, so 3 bales what he has, with
He'll
these,
put them in the bottom.
He can, he will go for the bottom for sure, because I mean it doesn't make a difference at all, and the combo will be coming out of this one's going to be plus 85 points, going to be 270 points almost for them, and they picked the bale multiplier at the same time as well. Unfortunately, of course, you didn't get the multiplier from the bottom, but now they do have at least some time to score some better points. They have been collecting a bit of grain as well, but not any meaningful amount actually.
And Jan is currently going for, the bale multiplier as well. But I don't think my Insanity are in a position to score any bales. Whereas JDT can still put bales on the conveyor and score points. But yeah, they don't have the
now
grain.
PB. Now PB is going to come and deny the next combo. There's going to be just 2 bales, by the way, which they're going to need. He's going to get that 67
There's
points.
the counter.
Barely denies. It's so close. I mean, Yanka basically literally had the bales at the front of his tractor, but just a matter of seconds when it happened.
And the gap has closed considerably, but exactly how this is going to go now. JDT can only score 10 points per bale. My Insanity are just going to hold them at this multiplier. So every bale that is delivered by Just a Tractor, every bale that's delivered by My Insanity, Just a Tractor have to deliver 3. And I just don't think they're in a position to do that.
Yeah, I think that the multiplier is pretty
There
strong
we go.
for My Insanity. So it will be complicated. The only thing that I'm currently thinking about is the amount of bales. So My Insanity, they kind of were a little bit thrown off by the strategy, because they haven't been pressing any bales. They only have 3 bales currently, and of course you need bales to close the gap. When they will have the bales, they can do it. And now they are, as we can see, they are also doing more of them. But they still need to deliver the bales.
Oh, Just a Tractor needed that, and it's gone. Jan beat them to it.
Yeah,
So it's a short multiplier switch.
Yeah, they wanted to make sure that it's gonna be just for the lesser amount, but the enemy cannot, or the opponent cannot really take advantage of it. The Yanka is coming. It's still gonna be 1.0. It's gonna be a very fast belt though. That's the only positive thing which they currently have. The Yanka will put 1 in. It's not gonna go in. And I'm just wondering why they're actually trying to put them even on the belt, because it doesn't make any difference for the time being.
I think it's easier with the front loader to actually put it on the belt than it is at the bottom sometimes. But this is, I don't see how Just a Tractor. Their strategy has not paid off. My Insanity very quickly onto it, very quickly destroying it. And it was a nice try, but they kind of needed to follow it up with some grain, because they don't have enough to get back from this 1.0, and they don't have the bales to do it either.
Yeah, I think last time when they did try to pull something, well, they did pull something like this. They actually won the game as well. That I remember. But I guess they should have taken the other combo. So what My Insanity did well there was that they did deny the second combo when they had like 14 belts or something like that. So that's one of the setbacks, of course. And now with this, the grain, like you said, that when you have 1.0 multiplier, it's not much you can actually do at this point at all. So yeah, they're just chilling and waiting. As we can see, there's gonna be some bales getting in, but it's very slow, the belt for My Insanity, but they're still getting 30 points per bale. So I think they are fine, and we do have a lot of bales here on the side of Just the Track there. And they are of course trying to figure out if they can try to get some other kind of a combo at some point. They need to counter
they're going
the
for the
combo
counter.
of the My Insanity side at the same time as well. So and now we get the X-ray vision, and this is interesting to see how that's gonna go. So
they're not gonna get it, I don't think.
Yeah, let's see. We can see Jan trying to make
Look
sure
at
that
this.
they will get some out.
Four at once.
The combo points are gone. Jan is going to try to
combo
shove off.
countered.
722 already. And yeah, just the track that there's no way.
Yeah.
They will try to still do something, but they know that it's over, unfortunately. And there's nothing they can do about it. They don't even bother delivering those 10 bales they had. Okay, now they're delivering something. But it's not going to be enough for combo, and they don't have the time to do it either. So this is going to be My Insanity now getting the second game of the series, and they will force this all the way to the third game.
That strategy is great if your opponents don't have Unstoppable as well. That's where I'm coming from on that. 25 bales for Just a Tractor, but 17 in the bottom and 8 in the top, and just, yeah. That is a great way to negate the grain game, absolutely, but if both teams are doing Unstoppable, what you want is you want the belt to stop for your opponents. And that only works if you've got Unstoppable and they haven't. And then that strategy, I think, would be a really difficult one to counter. But very early on, My Insanity, sending the multiplier up to 3 times, completely negating any advantage that Just a Tractor had from that setup. And yeah, it cost.
Well, there we had it. Now we have the third game coming up, and I guess it should be the bottleneck and the big hole the other way around than what it was on the first game when it comes to the perks. So the Unstoppable has been done. So yeah, will be interesting. But yeah, just a reminder: the winner is going to go for the grand final. So there's a lot of stakes here, of course, and I'm a bit puzzled about this disruptive play of Just a Tractor, as we've seen this once before, and I remember when it happened. And I always thought after it that, of course, the other teams would have been kind of like exploring the same idea after seeing it. And then I thought that as none of the teams have like really adopted it, they don't see the benefit of it in a way. So it's a nice thing. It was, but then I don't think that you can actually play that. Like you can play it once, like they did, and then the teams will adapt to how to react into it.
As I said, I think it's a really powerful way to do it if you have Unstoppable and your opponents don't. Because the moment your opponents go above, go 2.5 or above multiplier, their belt stops. And if you were to combine that tactic with Unstoppable and with banning the telehandlers, suddenly you have an advantage because you can load, you're only able to load bales either in the bottom or onto the conveyor, or you end up with them having to drive up their belt every time to score those extra points. So I think it's a tactic that could work. I don't think it was quite applied right in that game.
So, time for another set of bans and picks, of course. And let's see if we find anything different. But the telehandlers and the same utilities which were banned on the previous rounds, I guess that's maybe the thing that's gonna keeping the stand here. The Massive Ferguson Bale. Do we have the Class Axion as the second one, and then another telehandler? No, it's gonna be John Deere actually. So this is slightly different now.
Fielden has a fantastic point in the chat. there's another way to do that strategy. That combine harvester is not the only thing that will get over that bridge to drop grain. And you could keep your grain game going, drop a little bit of grain in front of that, and then go and unload elsewhere. It would take a little bit of time out, but it could save you a lot of time later in the match. I love that thought.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a valid plan. I mean, it could work. But okay, I'm not going to start speculating. We'll see at some point if somebody wants to try that down and see if they can somehow combine these two things at the same time. Anyways, we do have the pick, so we do have the bottleneck on the side of Just a Track there and the big hole on the side of My Insanity. Whatever's going to happen on this game, it will mean that we do know who's going to go to the grand final to face Trelleborg Tires and who will be kind of like settling down on the third place of the tournament, as they will be not prosing anymore from here. And once again, it's time to go for the podiums to see what kind of a possible challenges, for example, there is happening, and who's going to win them as well, and how the first bale is going to be building up. So there we go, a couple of seconds, and we clearly do have Jan. No, he's not going to challenge, so he's going to go for the Fend Baler. And we do have at the same time, I think, the player from the from the Just a Tractor side as well, going for the Crone Baler, if I see correctly. So they will have their balers. We do have an ideal that's going to be claimed by Just a Track there. We have PB400 actually coming with the class Axion. So that's another combine that has been claimed. So both teams, they do have the utilities to start pressing the first bale. Heipak's going to settle down here a little bit further in the distance, but it's the same as we can see from the X-ray views for My Insanity. So they're pretty even with the location where they're starting to deliver the bale. Of course, Just a Track there with that class Terra track. Yeah, so they have a bit more speed on it. And, well, it's actually, it's not even a Terra track, it's something else. Anyways, both pretty equal. And now it's all about the tosses. So it's going to be less than 4. But how much less than 4? It's going to be like a 134-ish or 3-ish or something like that.
Oh, very smooth.
So that's going to be reversed in, and Jan is going to arrive at the same time as well, and he's going to reverse it in as well. But that's going to be less points, so the gap is going to be like 10 points or something like that. Yeah, 9 points of a difference. So not the end of the world, and both teams will actually deliver the first pair without any major issues, and they will play it safe as well.
So, something I hadn't realised before, although we got Herbicide and Bridges Lurch for the first drop, I don't think either teams will go for those. Something I hadn't realised before, banning that baler that Just a Tractor have banned is actually a really good piece of disruption for the end game that My Insanity plays, which is very similar to the Helm, because you lose a baler which can carry a lot of bales that requires very little horsepower and has a low level of straw needed to press a bale. So it really does disrupt that end game setup a little bit and makes using large tractors much more feasible. We saw My Insanity pick up Herbicide there, which will ease their additional, or will give them additional grain overall, because they won't have to avoid sections.
Okay. So it's that time again. I mean, the time for the silo run for Heipax. So yeah, the strategy, we don't see anything that different for the time being. Heipax is going to settle down. We can see Jan also now leaving with the big haul, so he's going to take that on the side, and everything seems to be quite normal with these strategies. Nothing disruptive so far when it comes to the grain. Yeah, My Insanity leading by a little, but they do have the big haul, so the expectations, at least for me, is that just the track will end up collecting maybe slightly more grain than what My Insanity is doing. But we do have an early delivery, so he wants to make a bit of a space there. And we actually do have both teams delivering at the same time, because we just attracted the multiplier is going to stay exactly the same. So it's going to be 2.0 for both of the sides. So both sides have gone for some small deliveries at this point. And now it's all about just seeing, will they go and collect something more, or will they settle down with the amounts they have? And just the tractor, as we can see, is collecting slightly more. But of course, the mindset is collecting as well.
Got the very quick JCB on the Holland baler here. So this baler takes a little bit more to actually get a bale out of it. 4,200 litres of straw as opposed to the 4,000 litres of spent one that just a tractor reserved.
Okay. And the drops are coming in. Oh, they are right here, and we're seeing them. So bridges raised and crazy tool. So nothing that disruptive. I don't know if they're gonna go for the bridges raised, or will they go for something. Crazy tool is a complicated one to use, as we have seen. But of course, if the team sees some kind of an opportunity to use it, they will go for it. We can see Haybucks now heading with the bales towards the belt, so they want to get some early deliveries. I would imagine that's the case here. And Jan is going to go for the crazy tool, so he's not going to go for the bridges raised. He actually wants to get some crazy action here. So we'll see what kind of amounts of bales he's going to be pressing in a matter of seconds.
I'm not overly surprised by Insanity gone for crazy tool. They have got 2 front loaders. They can get out there and collect the extra bales that crazy tool will create. So yeah, they're in a good position to take full advantage of crazy tool, and a little bit of a no-brainer for me for them to go and grab it.
So just the tractor did unload a little bit, as we can see that the grain count has been going down, and the 2.7 multipliers right there. So now we're just waiting for Mindsanity how they want to play this down, but they know that there is no multiplier or anything like that coming. So I guess the sooner the better, I would imagine, would be the case, because otherwise we can see just the tractor claiming some points. The belt is going to be stopped from the Mindsanity side at the same time as well. So that's not the really the most optimal situation. But yeah, let's see how it can be utilized by the opponent. Yanka gonna go from the bridges. I think it's a normal bridge, it's a safe bridge, not the safer bridge, but it's a safe bridge. And maybe some, I don't know, if you're thinking about delivery or what's the case. Both teams, they have pre-pressed in the bale, so both teams should be ready to start delivering in a reasonable time.
If anything, Mindsanity in a slightly stronger position here. They've got extra bales. They now have the multiplier in their favor. And again, that's that class combine that they managed to get coming into play. And yeah, they're in a strong position going into the last 3 minutes or so of this match. They are about equal on points, and actually, Mindsanity now in a bit of a bale deficit because the points are very close, and there are 2 extra bales there for Just a Tractor. Lord Baylor for Just a Tractor as well, so they have immediately scored points.
Yeah, I mean, there is a bit of a difference on the points, as we can see. It's going to be now almost 100 points actually between the teams as we speak. So yeah, you speak about the Mindsanity's amount of bales. That is definitely a fact when you think about the multipliers and then the actual gap in the points. So we'll see. I mean, they do have exactly 5 bales more, so to catch up Just a Tractor, they would need to deliver all of them, and then they would be quite happy about it. But as we know in Farming Simulator, not everything goes always according to the plan. So we'll see at what point they are actually going to be delivering something, and how that's going to be affecting on the scoreline. But yeah, we're closing on the final 2 minutes, so something needs to happen soon. That we know. And PB400 is starting to pile up. The speed of the belt is, by the way, faster than Just a Tractor. So that is also something to take into account to understand that the multipliers, in a way, yeah,
the extra 5 bales. Well. The extra 5 bales that Mindsanity have or had only amounts to 10 points with the multiplier. So that does not close up this gap between these 2 teams at all. It's
Yeah.
well, it almost does actually. It's because there's the points from those 5 bales as well. So yeah, it would almost close up that difference between them. It's just whether Just a Tractor can keep this advantage, this lead that they've got.
Yeah, whatever happens, I mean, yeah, we'll know that in a minute. So I'm not gonna go to the details on that one. Mindsanity trying to get some bales on the belt, and they will be happy to do so. That's gonna be 42 points right there. So they're closing the gap slightly towards Just a Tractor. Just a Tractor has 4 bales less, so the bale difference is not that big. But of course, they will still need to start putting them on the belt. As the difference is basically currently about 3 bales. 3 bales more for Mindsanity will put them into the lead. So that is something. And yeah, just 4 bales remaining for Just a Tractor, and that is the biggest concern that I see currently.
The trouble is, there are 7 bales there for Mindsanity. Only 4 of those are actually at the barn. The rest are elsewhere, whereas all of Just a Tractors are currently at their barn. But Yanka unable to get those 2 in. They have taken it though, and Mindsanity are out. Just a Tractor have defeated Mindsanity.
Yeah, this is in a way a surprise, to be honest, but definitely deserved. Mindsanity, I mean, I said it that they have been playing very well. They have been closing games the 2-0 scoreline, and now Just a Tractor, they did manage to surprise them. Yes, the second game didn't work exactly as they were hoping for. I mean, with the strategy of pouring down the grain a little bit and then unloading directly from the harvester, from the baler inside of it, but they will still take it. They play definitely the game a little bit differently. That's something that I really much like, that they're actually trying to find some alternative ways of getting those points. And there we are. They actually made it to the final. So the final will be Trelleborg Tires versus Just a Tractor. And of course, Mindsanity is also now, together with Helm, out of the tournament.
And that actually shows something I hadn't considered today, is how much getting that Massey Ferguson baler affects the kind of gameplay that both Helm and Mindsanity play, because they are so reliant on that front loader startup that it causes problems if they don't have it. We're heading off for a break now. We will be back shortly. See you in 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Okay, welcome. It is time, finally, for the final game. So we have reached the point to get to the grand final. We saw My Insanity being taken down by Just the Tractor, and that means that the final two teams will be Trelleborg Tires versus Just the Tractor. And of course, we're going to be seeing some replays as well. But I think in general, we do have a very exciting second day, as we have seen many teams. I mean, already we lost Lindner on the first day, now we lost Helm, we lost My Insanity, and of course, there can be only two teams. But having these two teams who never ever I mean, Trelleborg Tires haven't been hitting the final. Actually, they have second place. Sorry, my fault. But anyways, we do have a winner. Either my Insanity will take the second victory of the season, or Trelleborg Tires will claim their first victory. So these are the options that we have here, and I think the scenario is just like very, very exciting here.
Yeah, I agree with that. This has been a tournament of surprises. Seeing Helm go out so early to a very strong My Insanity, and then seeing My Insanity just it completely flip around from them being so dominant against Helm to them having big problems with the destructive play of Just a Tractor has been a real eye opener. Now, if Just a Tractor can apply the same disruptive setup that they used so effectively in 2 games against My Insanity against Trelleborg, who last time we saw them play against Trelleborg decimated them for it. We could see Just a Tractor take it today. So I think it's going to be a very interesting final. I am very intrigued to see what Trelleborg, what Just a Tractor do to try and be more disruptive against Trelleborg. First, though, we have the replays from the previous matches. Jan getting beaten to the New Holland Baylor there, and then just catching edge of the pavement there, sending his tractor flying a little bit. And then not managing to get that silo closed in the first game, which made a big difference. And then at the end of it, it was close. There was a 200 points difference at one point in that game. Then wonderful play here from Just a Tractor. This strategy didn't pay off, but I think this could be a very good strategy for going unstoppable.
Yeah, it is interesting, and of course, I mean, we saw Trelleborg. Okay, I went too far away ahead again on my thinking, but yeah, I mean, these strategies that we see from Just a Tractor here, I'm not sure how much they applied these because they played earlier versus Trelleborg, and that's how they dropped on the lower bracket. So I'm just wondering that how these strategies, which they implied against the My Insanity, how well they will. How they will work towards Trelleborg, but that's a different thing. We'll get there as we get the game started. But yeah, My Insanity, I'm kind of a little bit sad to see that My Insanity's good run ended so suddenly. I mean, okay, on the last final moment before the final, so it's not so suddenly and not so fast. They still get some decent amount of circuit points, but but yeah, I still have a bit of a mixed feelings from this previous match, as My Insanity still in the end, on a paper at least, to me looked like a more straightforward team.
Yeah, they are playing really, really well with the strategy that does work, that works brilliantly for getting lots of bales in at the end. But as I said, after the end of this second match there, it's amazing how much difference not having that Massey Ferguson Baylor makes to that end strategy. It does make it harder to get a massive amount of bales in right at the end. And we saw it there with My Insanity, where they struggled to get just over 20 bales in and scored, whereas in previous matches we've seen them scoring 26, 27, 28 bales to win a match. So yeah, it's Just a Tractor's strategy of spending points to ban stuff and disrupt their opponents does work when applied in a way that is really tight and they can get to work.
Hmm. Yeah, true. Well, we had it. Remember, it's going to be best of 5, the grand final, meaning also that Trelleborg Tires coming from the upper bracket will have that one match, uh, well, advantage, like an auto victory from one of the games. So basically, they need to win 2. So if, well, best of 5, so you need to win 3 in total. But in this case, it means that if Trelleborg Tires is able to claim 2, then they will take it. And I mean, we have seen this only happening once. I mean, this best of 5 final, which was happening at the Birmingham NAC Lama event, and then it was Helm actually claiming, I think, 3-0 the whole grand final. So we'll see how this is going to go, because in a way, I would love to see that this actually would go a little bit further than just the first 2 matches, kind of like take the full advantage of the best of 5 final. But of course, we'll see. And knowing that these teams have clashed before on the semi-final of the upper bracket, so then of course we need to think that the Trelleborg Tires in a way do have a stronger hand here versus just the tractor, and also they have the advantage. So I would say that Trelleborg Tire is kind of like, you know, my favorite when it comes to the results, but of course that's gonna be way too far away going with the conclusion, so we'll just have to wait and see how they play. But we do have the bans coming up and the picks, as of course, so we do have a bottleneck versus bottleneck, which is definitely something to take into account. We do have also telehandlers in play, and the class action is going to be one of the banned ones again.
And this is the interesting thing. This is the big difference between the last game and this game. Last game we had no telehandlers in here, and as a result, there was no ability to toss bales or get stuff through quickly. This time we've got the telehandlers in play. Both teams are playing with a very similar setup. In fact, slightly to my surprise here, Just Attractor have gone for that New Holland baler. So they're obviously looking to keep that point that they would normally get for the Fent back. But knowing that they're going against a team who wants to use 2 large tractors, it's not overly surprising, because it just puts everybody on a very similar footing.
And there we go. So let's see. We do have a bit of a... Oh, what is going on there? Janka's going to be driving over by Haypack.
Over by Haypack.
Yeah, he got stuck, and then, yeah, the traffic from behind kind of like took him away. So that's not the greatest start. Loiko's going to go for the John Deere combine, and he's going to claim that immediately. Let's see what else we do have here happening.
Oh, no.
We have some people circulating here. They don't know what they're going to be doing because it's just gone. Somebody's going to claim... I think Trelleborg was claiming that combine. Now we have Loiko and Haida. So Trelleborg has a great start. They're kind of trying to figure out how they're going to set up the shops here. But yeah, Loiko's going to go for it. Haida's going to follow it. And he will just wait and start pressing that bale. So everything is looking to be more or less ideal for them. They are not that far away from the barn either. So this could be a good first bale. It's going to be maybe slightly less than 140, but I think they are still... it's quite late. Definitely 130s, or maybe even high 120s, but still they should be there earlier than their opponent from Just Attractive, because Haypack's going to be this far away. And last time, by the way, I think when we saw Haypack's going this far away, he didn't even go there from whatever reason. So I really hope that this time he will actually go. But yeah, we haven't seen any first bales being recorded yet. Hayden is still this far away as well, so this is actually not that different. I mean, they will both make some points. That's going to be 116, and then the gap is not going to be that big. Bridges race and speed limit will come, and then just Haypax's drop. It will be, let's say 10 points or something like that, I guess would be the difference here. It's going to be 13 points, so it's not the end of the world because both teams were quite slow.
Yeah, Trelleborg coming out actually and playing Just Attractor at their own game, basically denying them both the John Deere combine and the New Holland combine. Those are the 2 best combines next to the class, and so they've left them with the case, which has a much more diminished grain tank, smaller cutting width, and general overall disadvantage compared to the other combines. So Trelleborg disrupting Just Attractor out of the game, and that's why as well Just Attractor to so long to get that first bale.
So there we go. Remember, it's the same perks again. So we don't have. Recall is not on the play, so we don't have that variation between the perks. So we'll see how this is gonna play from here. What do you think, Alex? Why don't we see, for example, Bottleneck played versus the Unstoppable? We don't see that like ever. So can you explain?
I don't think they are disruptive enough against each other. I think you'd end up with Bottleneck is great for slowing people down, delivering bales, whereas Unstoppable is great to counter rain game. It's why we see Unstoppable used, or used to see Unstoppable used a lot against Big Hall, because if you deliver too much with Big Hall, you end up stopping your own belt, and that can cause you a big problem. Whereas I think that Unstoppable versus Bottleneck is a lot less disruptive, and that's why teams don't tend to pair those two.
Yeah, well, thank you for the explanation. I was wondering about that, and I think that some of the viewers might be wondering it as well. So just to clarify, so we have 15 seconds till we have the next set of drops, the grain game. Gotta say it now every time. So yeah, it's quite even. Trelleborg has been collecting slightly more grain, but it's like 5k. So it's all about where it's gonna end. They don't have that big of a gap there, so I'm not really worried. We have the drops coming in. And of course, these are very interesting ones to see, of course, when we get a good glimpse of them, what do we actually have offered there on the table, and what can be chosen by the teams. And these are a little bit too far away for me to see, but we do have an idea. Whatever Crazy Jewel is the other one that I can see for sure, but then the other one is still a bit of a mystery. What is available? We don't see anybody rushing to them after 30 seconds, so then we know that it's maybe nothing that huge, the other one either. I think it's something regarding bale.
It's bale drop, because it says one bale. So, yeah, that's bale drop.
So, they will not, I mean, nothing disruptive, so they can play the grain how they wish, and we can see already unloading happening on the both sides, so we'll be probably seeing the final multipliers pretty soon, I would imagine, so. We can see Haybacks going, crossing the bridge. He's gonna go and get some bales right next to the bale. The bales have been pressed as well, so 6 bales on both of the sides. Currently, so not any huge bale production has been happening. And of course, still the score situation is the same. So Trelleborg Tires is leading by, not by that many points, 13 points. So it's less than 1 bale, but more than a half a bale.
And you can see now the discrepancy in the grain. There is 26,000 litres left for Trelleborg, only 20,000 litres left for Just a Tractor. Fully expecting all of that to get dropped in soon. In fact, Just a Tractor now finishing up their unloading. Trelleborg should follow suit soon, but they are running out of time. We've got only 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Both teams expecting to start unloading soon. Or start scoring bales soon, I should say, sorry. And yeah, here we go, a 2.1. It's going to be a 2.2 multiplier. So once again, Just a Tractor on the back foot. Their disruptive gameplay not quite paying off for them as it has previously. And Trelleborg now in the driving seat.
Yeah, they're going to be scoring 66 points from these bales, so I mean, the bale counts are pretty even. They have a slight lead on the points, and they do have about the same amount of bales. And of course, we know that the bale count can still change, depending how they will press the bales during the final minutes. So I think that, yeah, definitely at Trelleborg Tires, they do have an advantage, because, I mean, 22 bales versus 18 points per bale. So it takes like 5 bales when they have delivered, in a way, like a points-wise 1 bale more. And for sure that's gonna still go on during this time. Yanka is gonna shove something in on the bottom because there was a bottom boost coming in. So just the track they actually did manage to get that down, and they still have 20 seconds time remaining. So Yanka is trying to do everything he can. Still getting those 18 points though, because there's no other multiplier for them. But it's gonna save some time from the end game for sure, which I don't think is a bad idea at all, because we know how hectic it can be at some point or during the final minutes when you need to get all of them delivered. So they're nicely catching up the gap, and now we can see the true situation that they did have 7 bales both of the sides, and they had about 20 points of a point difference. And of course now as they will deliver more and more bales, it means that the point gap is going to increase all the time once again. And Yanko a bit puzzled with what's going to do with both of these bales. They were like having a funny angle on the front on the telehandler, but he's going to be able to manage them nicely, and we are getting close to the final 1.5 minutes.
Oh, bale falling there, and yeah, Just a Tractor are struggling to get the bales in and catch up the points. This gap between them and Trelleborg is just growing at the time. And in fact, that outer bale, that is not going to go in. So the inner one will. The outer one will fall again. And Yanka just needing to try and catch up. But while the gap has closed a little bit, I think that's more because Trelleborg didn't have any bales to actually score with. And this is going to just reopen now as they score all of these bales. 5 more going in for them now with just 50 seconds left on the clock. And Yanka does not have the bales to match it.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. 40 seconds to go. And we do have all 6 bales on the Just the Tractor side. So, I mean, it's not completely over. But as long as Trelleborg can just keep on putting the bales on the belt as they are, then I don't know that there's anything that what Just the Tractor can do. That one bale is sitting a little bit funnily. But Loiko's going to grab that down as well. And now we are coming to a point that, 40 points of a difference. Yeah, it will be complicated, definitely, for Just the Tractor to do anything about it anymore. So, yeah, it is a done deal, unfortunately. Trelleborg Tires, they will claim this one. We can see that 0 bales were left undelivered, and the gap is almost 100 points, like 85 points in total. So it was a very, very clear victory for Trelleborg Tires. And this also means that they will take kind of like the second win of the grand final. So they are just 1 win away from winning the whole event, which is the online tournament number 6.
Both teams delivering the same number of bales, and in fact, Trelleborg delivering so many more up top. But that is because the bottom boost came along for Just a Tractor. The real story there, though, is the grain delivered with multipliers. A massive 10,000 liters there for Trelleborg, and that is what gave them that multiplier and allowed them to take the match. Trelleborg very much in control of that game straight from the off when they grabbed both of those harvesters and hamstrung Just a Tractor. So Just a Tractor being played at their own game there, which is a very strong move from Trelleborg.
So yeah, now it's going to be 2-0. So Trelleborg Tires, of course, 1 victory is needed anymore. And Just the Tractor is definitely having their backs against the wall, more or less, like 1 loss, and that's it. So they need to win 3 matches in a row if they want to win this tournament. Not the easiest task, but who knows? I mean, they did beat My Insanity, so who knows what's going to come and emerge out of this one. But of course, Trelleborg, I mean, they haven't lost a single match. I mean, a series of matches. Actually, I don't have the exact results from the earlier games, but they did lose 1 round at least to My Insanity at some point. That I do remember. So they haven't been completely, victorious on everything they do. And they did lose 1 round to Just the Tractor as well on the earlier quarterfinal or the semi-final of the upper bracket. So it's not that they are like completely flawless. And now it's all about for Just the Tractor just to find the flaws and exploit them as much as they can.
And that's the thing. It is now a very big uphill struggle, though, for Just a Tractor. 1 more game for Trelleborg, and they will take this tournament. Just a Tractor needs to win 3 games in order to take it. they're going to have to get really disruptive really quickly against Trelleborg here. Otherwise, I think that's going to be it. And this is the thing we saw in the semi-final that these two teams played, that Trelleborg are quite good at disrupting Just Detractor. It was the reason why Just Detractor was so effective against My Insanity, because My Insanity couldn't adapt. Trelleborg are once again living up to their name of the Borg. They can adapt to anything, and as a result, they were able to take control of the last game and defeat Just Detractor. Interesting to see now what Just Detractor can bring back in order to try and defeat them for this second game in this final.
Yeah, I mean, you speak about it being disruptive and everything, and that is, of course, something which Just Detractor can do. But I'm just hoping that they are like not too creative with the distractions or disruptions, because we have seen that sometimes when you go too far away with it, then it doesn't work, and that's we have seen twice now from their side today. So they need to be careful. They want to disrupt, but how many disruptive strategies you can have, which we haven't seen. And we have seen today 2 of them which hasn't worked, so they just have to be careful. But let's hope that they will find the opportunities to do so, and they will get some more excitement on the grand final. But of course, we still have possibly even 3 matches remaining after this one. This included. So who knows? We'll wait and see. For sure, we're gonna figure that out during the next hour or so, pending how long. We'll be here.
Oh, last minute change there by Trelleborg on the team perk. They've gone unstoppable against Bickel. So immediately trying to alter how Just Detractor are going. This is the first time we've ever seen 3 of the 4 big tractors banned. So that's going to change both teams' strategy as far as which tractors they use. Not surprised that both of them are grabbing the Fent. This is a very different game we're going into here. Both teams going for that disruptive setup. We've got the Fast Track and the Vultra selected. So the 2 most powerful front-loader tractors selected by both teams. But what is going to be really important here is which team grabs the second Massey Ferguson Baylor. That will make a big difference here as far as which team gets the upper hand early on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, let's see what kind of utilities the teams are going to be ending up using. With, of course, the telehandlers are into play as well, which is always an element between these teams, and we don't have any early collisions at the gate. We do have a bit of an action for Trelleborg Tires, though. We see one player getting stuck, but he seems to be heading, let's say, elsewhere. So they're trying to avoid these challenges. They want to build the game as they hope. So Hayden's going to get that Massey Ferguson Baylor. We do have Janka getting the John Deere Combine. So they can start building something, and we can see also Hapax actually stealing something away, maybe from Trelleborg, not completely sure. And Loiko and Tark is still actually missing something, so he's just moving with the tractor. That's all. And we do have the John Deere claim, but nobody was, I think, inside of it. But Janka and Hapax, they're already working with the first bale, and it's not going to be that long when Hapax is going to be just leaving. It's going to be happening exactly now, but it's going to be quite a long way, but it's still doable. And Trelleborg Tires is a little bit unknown how far they currently are, or where they are actually with the bale production. We can see from the map that they are somewhere, but they're right here, and the visual confirmation is always good. So let's see, the barn is already visible, but it's a quite long way, so we can see Hapax definitely being there earlier. So Just Detractor, they should have some kind of a slight advantage, 130 maybe about from that one, exactly 130 coming for Just Detractor, and Hayden will be coming here, so the gap will be more than 10 points for sure. What is the exact gap? Will it be more than 15 points? That is slightly unknown to me, but it could be almost up to I would say like 18 or 19 points, but it could be actually even now more as the time passes by. And it's not going to go in 109, it's going to be 21. So it's going to be more than expected. Direct delivery and bale drop will be on the first wave of drops, and the direct delivery has been actually pretty good on this kind of situation because it also, it disrupts and mixes up the strategies.
Yeah, and we can say, hey, Pax heading out there. Is he going to grab the bale? No, he is going to grab direct delivery. So for the next 30 seconds, any grain harvested by Just a Tractor is going to go into their silo. That is actually going to be really useful for them.
Yeah, I think it is something that you can not really hide or disrupt, but it will make the opponent guessing a little bit because it kind of like makes the whole grain situation a little bit vague, more or less. And that's what I do like in it, that it kind of like masks the strategy a little bit towards the opposing team.
And it has taken them up to a 2.5 multiplier, which is quite cool, quite useful for them. Whereas Trelleborg have just sat there at without doing the direct delivery, so they're not going to have that space made in their equipment, but does mean that they are currently 5,000 liters more grain that they.
So yeah, and now the belt is going to be stopped for Just a Tractor side because well, they don't have the unstoppable. So by using the direct delivery, they're actually able to stop their belt because Hayden having a bit of a problem here. It's nothing major. He's going to be able to continue. Luckily, nothing bigger did happen. He's going to be beeping a little bit, if I heard right. So he's going to be just honking while he's driving, and well, that's completely fine. But then when looking at the grain situation once again, so yeah, Trelleborg is still collecting. Just a Tractor who stopped their belt, they are also collecting a bit more, but they also have the multiplier advantage. So of course it's very early to say anything, but to me it seems that there's actually maybe a slight advantage coming towards Just a Tractor from the grain. But that's of course very early to tell. So we'll see when the final, but when they will start to deliver in general. And just 25 seconds, and we know if we have any multipliers, etc. Of course, we're going to be causing into it, as we do have the second wave of the drops now coming in as well in 15 seconds.
Going with Unstoppable, I'm slightly surprised that Trelleborg didn't ban telehandlers. When you're up against Unstoppable and you stop your own belt, it's quite often the telehandlers are the things that come to your rescue. In fact, that bale multiplier right now for Just a Tractor is fantastic. Grab 3 bales with the telehandler, get that bale multiplier, and then jump up the top. Push 3 bales up the top would really help. It's gone the other way. Trelleborg are now delivering grain.
Yeah. We can see that the grain is going to be unloaded and the multiplier is going to shift to the other direction for a time being. But that 59,000 on Just a Tractor side, it scares me quite a bit, to be honest, because you should be able to take the advantage there. But of course, we can see Trelleborg still having some remaining as well. So we'll see what are the final figures, but it kind of does scare me. And we can see Hayden just going for the bale multiplier on the final second. We can see that also the other team is going to be there as well, so both teams have about the same time. 1.7 bale multiplier for Trelleborg tires and 1.5 for Just a Tractor. And both teams actually do have the bales to utilize it. And of course, they want to do something with the grain before they will go for it. They have 75 seconds, so more than a minute to actually use these, and that should be enough.
Here we go, Just a Tractor now tipping their grain. The speed with which that's going is amazing on that big horn. And looks like they're going ahead. Trelleborg does not have the grain to counter this, though. That is going to go very much against Trelleborg. There's a very slow belt now for Just a Tractor, but they are scoring 4 points for every bale.
Yeah, Loiko's going to toss something in, going to be 31, and there's going to be 33 coming for the Just a Tractor. That's going to be 99 points, so nice tosses coming from the both sides. And yes, the multiplier actually ended up over the Trelleborg tire side of things. And Just the Track is actually looking very comfortable. They're leading almost by 50 points for the time being, and they are also matching the bale counts and everything, and they have a better multiplier. So currently they are currently on the driver's seat for sure. So we'll see how this will end up. And the Just the Track's belt on the other side is just very slow. So Trelleborg has the advantage of the belt. They have the maximum speed on the belt they can. So it's really, really fast. Lord Baylor with 2 bales are going to be available here as a super drop at the same time as well. And we can see Haydn actually coming for it, which is going to be great. That's going to make them immediately some points more and able to actually claim the lead. But this is going to make the whole situation so much more interesting.
I think the faster belt is going to be the thing that really helps Trelleborg here. Yes, they are down slightly, but it's taking a while for Bales to get up the belt for Just a Tractor. They actually need to use that telehandler to their advantage. I mean, they're doing the toss, but he needs to extend the arm a bit more than he is and get those Bales as high up on that belt as he can to get past the slow bit at the start of it.
Yeah, I completely agree. But the fast belt is going to be definitely an advantage for Trelleborg tires here in the end. And I mean, I don't want to say it, but I will. But I haven't been completely impressed about how Just the Tractor has been operating the telehandler around the belt. I mean, we can see Loiko, he's going to be doing the tosses, but we have seen in a multiple different situations when I'm not sure what has been Janka, I guess it has been Janka all the time, that especially when it comes to the placement of the bales. Now we have one dropping again, so he hasn't been able to handle these bales, the belt, as well as I kind of, you said about extending the arm, I said about the placement and so on. So I'm just saying that that is maybe something on the Just the Tractor side that could be a good idea to actually have a look at some point, like how to actually operate. Not saying that they do anything wrong, and probably they will do it like 10 or 50 times better than me, but just saying when I compare to the others that I can see that there are these inconsistencies from time to time on the Just the Tractor side. Final minute is about to start. The Trelleborg is still in the lead, so this will be, there's 5 bales remaining for Trelleborg. We have 7 bales for Just the Tractor, so they do have the bales to make this about even. I think it's going to be actually very close, and so it's all about the smallest mistakes as we come for the final 40 seconds. So there's no room for any mistakes on either of the sides. It can cause a huge problem. And of course, everybody wants to get those bales. And that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about this situation, what we see here now. Those 2 bales, and now Janka is going to come with 3 bales on the front of the telehandler. And he's going to be trying to toss. And maybe 2 of them can go in, but not all of them. And none of them is going to go inside. And that's what I said, that this is what I'm worried about. I'm not impressed by the telehandler operations currently. And we do have just a
and it's going to cost.
On the bottom floor.
This is so close.
This could be it. He's gonna miss it. He's gonna miss it. And they don't have the time. It's gonna be getting it. So close. There was a chance for either of the teams to confirm that earlier. And Trelleborg, I mean, so close. Just 1 bale out of those 2 to the up would have been enough. So they missed the toss as well. So we gotta go for the next game.
You could see them scrapping to get those in at the bottom when just one of them in the bottom would have done it. And yeah, they were scrapping around trying to get one of those bales that fell in there, and just wasn't enough time to do it. Wow, what a close game.
Yeah, once again, it goes all the way down to the final seconds. But yeah, it's nice to have these, and I'm really happy that Just the Tractor, we spoke about them. We said that they have the capability of disrupting and, winning versus Trelleborg tires, as they have done in the past today. And now they showed that they have the capability still, so it's all fine. And yeah, so now the scoreline is 2-1. So of course, this still means that Just the Tractor is still like one loss away from losing the final, and of course vice versa for the Trelleborg tires, that 1 victory is going to take them as the winners of the whole tournament. So it's not going to change the fact that the things are still at the razor's edge, but it's going to buy some time.
Yeah, it's some fantastic constant gameplay there from Just a Tractor. Just continuing placing those bales on that conveyor, knowing it was slower than Trelleborg's was, but just continually getting them on there. They were very lucky after they missed their shot with the telehandler that Trelleborg did as well, because either of those had gone in would have confirmed it either way. So that probably feels like it's closer than it should have been. Great play from them. They've got a game back.
Yeah, it was definitely close, and I kind of like feel sorry for the final tosses, as they were like, so in a way like good tosses still, but it was still getting very close. And I mean, I was expecting that for sure, like either of the bales from Loiko is going to go inside. I didn't expect the fact that neither of them is going to go. And then the same on the side of Just a Tractor as well. There were just 2 bales, and then they got just a big pile of bales on the belt, and nothing actually went in. So it can happen.
I think as Fielden said, the JDT had enough time when their toss missed to actually push at least one bale in the bottom, and it's very possible that they managed to do that. And if they did, then that did win them it when Trelleborg were unable to. So it actually makes it really, really close, much closer than it even appeared in the final scores.
So there we had it. Another set of bans and picks, and we've seen so interesting things here already. I mean, of course, we know what I'm very curious to see what happens when we get to the later matches. So when Herbicide comes to play as well, because now, of course, if we go all the way till the end of the best of 5 final, now the teams are playing the same perks and everything what they have been playing in the past. But if we go all the way to the 4th game of the, kind of like the 5th game of the grand final, so then they have to pick up something else.
And the other thing to remember now is that Just a Tractor have Unstoppable available, and Trelleborg don't. Oh, this is interesting. Trelleborg haven't
something in the
made
works.
A second.
I don't know. Let's figure that out. So we have Unstoppable, big hole coming on the Trelleborg side. That's what I'm expecting. No, they will take the Herbicide. So, so they will take the Herbicide. They want to do something to, I don't know, to mix up the opponent a little bit. And then we have, of course, telehandlers here. Let's see what else we do have coming up. Axion Terra Track. Save, and then what's going to be the final one?
It's got to be a front loader, surely, with this setup. Yeah, front loader on Just a Tractor. That's what I was expecting. And front loader on Trelleborg as well.
Okay. Then we are loading up once again, and it's time to see how does the early game go. What's going to happen at the podium? What's going to happen with the challenges and so on?
This is a perfect setup for Just a Tractor to do what they tried to do to my insanity the last game, and that combine is out there. That class combine is down there, and good start for Just a Tractor. They are heading out for that baler. It's a race, and Haypack seems to be closer. If he can get that, he is getting it. So the 2 Massey Ferguson balers are in Just a Tractor's hands, but the class combine that has gone to Trelleborg.
Yeah, now we can see that the setups are building up for the first bale. Trelleborg actually has a better location, as we can see already, the X-rays there, and they are so close as well. But this actually could be one heck of a first bale, if I understand the situation correctly, because this is this could be this one this will be high 140s for sure, but how high, that is the question, and how does the tossing go, of course. But this could be like a 147 or something like that, and 146, so it's a very good start. Yeah, a great start for Trelleborg Tires. And now we just wait what's going to happen with Just the Track there as Hapax is coming in. He doesn't seem to be tossing that out. It's going to be still a decent bail, like a 130 or something like that. And 131 actually, so 15 points of the difference. So it's not that far, so it's still a decent start. So 15 points is not like the end of the world.
And we're not seeing Just a Tractor doing something a little bit out there. They are playing a more standard game here. We've got speed limit and bridges raised for the first selections. If either team goes for anything, they will go for speed limit. And in fact, Trelleborg have picked up speed limit. And now Just a Tractor have done the same. Apex coming round and emptying Justicon, while Haydn's coming round to empty Takak. And it looks to me like Just a Tractor are slightly ahead of Trelleborg with the setup here. They've emptied their combines earlier, but then Trelleborg are able to go everywhere on the field, and look at that smaller field. They are harvesting as much of that as they possibly can, because it puts them really close to their hayloft when they're looking to score points later. So, yeah, good work there from Trelleborg, making sure that they can quickly get bales back later in the game. Hapax, though, is coming up to the sell point. I think he'll probably leave it there, although in the past they have sometimes unloaded. And he is leaving it this time.
Yeah, he's going to leave it for now. I guess they want to wait. I mean, the strategy-wise, I mean, sometimes it makes sense if you want to disrupt the other one to do some early delivery. But then in the end, I mean, most of the cases it makes sense to wait. And I would say that we haven't seen the great multiplier coming up, I mean, that often. So I think that the teams, of course, are keeping. I mean, it comes, but not that often lately. So I think the teams are expecting that for sure in this game is going to show up. Who knows? 40 seconds, and then we'll see if we have a grain multiplier or not.
I think Just a Tractor are trying to control exactly how much grain Trelleborg delivers as well. Trelleborg has both of those larger combines, tends to give an advantage overall as to how much grain you have. And in fact, you can see it here. There's a 5,000 advantage currently for Trelleborg. So if Just a Tractor can control exactly when Trelleborg are delivering their grain, then that is going to make a difference to them. We're about to get the 5.5 minute drop, and we've got direct delivery and bale drop. I don't think either team is particularly after direct delivery at this point, but bale drop can give that extra little push later on. We're seeing Haydn coming along and going for neither picker.
Not gonna be interested. I mean, we see direct delivery very rarely at this stage of the game. It always comes earlier, and then at this point, yeah, it doesn't make much of a difference. So yeah, then the bale drop could have been something. But yeah, we're past the halftime, and when we look at the grain, so we have Just a Tractor actually unloading it currently. So they are increasing the multiplier. They will almost break their own belt. Well, they cannot because they have the unstoppable. And now we can see Trelleborg unloading at the same time as well. So we get some kind of an idea about the grain multiplier, the multipliers in general, how that's gonna go, what's gonna be the point per bale. As the drops will disappear and nobody will pick up anything, so we can see Loico moving towards that area, but actually the drop will just.
I was gonna say just before the drops disappeared, Just Attracted did pick up Bale drops. They have managed to get themselves Bale. They did it right at the last second as well.
Okay, so they had the time for it. Thank you from your observation, because I didn't notice it. And now, analyzing this multiplier again. So, what is left of the grain and what is on the... So, to me it seems that Terrebonne tires will end up with the 2.1 and Just Attracted will end up with 1.9. That's what I think. I don't think that there's any chances for any higher difference, but Trelleborg tires definitely have the advantage here. So it will go slightly towards their way, which of course will help them later on the game.
I think Just Attracted need to try and score a Bale at this point before this multiplier goes. I don't think they're going to get it in. Trelleborg are lining themselves up. They still have another 10,000 litres. So it is going to go to 2.1. It just makes it to 2.2. And they score points as it does. That puts Trelleborg in a very strong position going into the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, it was a nice toss, and they used the whatever they had. Lord Baylor's gonna be there. We can see Justicon coming for it. But yeah, utilizing the moment which they had there to with the 2.2 multipliers, barely they got that down, and they don't need anything else. So this is fine. Just Attracted will take the lead though with the Lord Baylor. But the Bale counts are the same, so this is looking to be very close. But if they will deliver all the Bales, it will shift towards the Trelleborg side of things. And there we have another toss coming up. It's pretty much on the middle. All the three of them is going to go inside. That's going to be another 66 points for Trelleborg tires. Janka, meanwhile, with the telehandler, trying to operate it as best as he can. And that one is going to fall down. And this is something that I mean, I hate to repeat myself, but that's something that I'm worried about. How things are currently going on with the telehandler on that side of the river. But we'll worry about that later. Just 1 point of a difference on the total score. So Trelleborg tires is 1 point behind from Just Attracted, as we can see. Loiko is getting something on the belt as well. He's not going to stretch the arm all the way that far either, because of course there's other bales on the way, so he can't really do anything about it. It doesn't give him any advantage to put them further on the belt. At this point, the belt speed, by the way, for Just Attracted is a perfect one, and Trelleborg tires have the slowest. So that of course also means why Loco has been, in a way, tossing these bales in. But there's a reasonable amount of bales on the belt currently. That one is gonna fall down though. And we have 4 more coming up. But also on the Just Attracted side, there's gonna be fallen bales as well. So this will be a close one. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go, and it seems to me that Trelleborg has a good setup, even though the belt is slow. But I think Loiko is finding nice ways around it.
Very much Trelleborg are in control here. They have loaded their belt up. They're constantly scoring points at this point. And Yanka's just got bales all around his belt. He needs to be a little more accurate getting those bales on, because he can't afford to keep having points drop like that, because in the last few minutes or last few seconds that will become very important. And Takak doing something pretty cool here. When Trelleborg run out of bales, their stacker will be able to come out, will be able to grab those bales from there. But it means the baler doesn't have to go quite so far to pick it up. And in fact, what Lloyd will be able to do here with 16 seconds left is line up for a Trelleborg
final toss for Loiko. He wants to solve this down, and this is the important one. If he's gonna succeed, I think that's gonna claim the victory for them. And yes, he will succeed. The deal has been done, and Trelleborg tires, they actually win their first tournament on the Farming Simulator League. So that toss, and of course the other things, other operations that happened, all the matches and everything before that, they lead us to this point that they will take a 3-1 victory from the grand final best of 5. And they will also take their first, like I said, the first final, sorry, not the first final, but the first victory, because they have reached the final, but first win on the Farming Simulator League. So that is well done.
Yeah, fantastic game there from Trelleborg. Just consistently putting Bales on that belt, consistently scoring points. Very little Just Attractor could do to disrupt that. The extra 4 points per Bale, just way too much of an issue for Just Attractor to overcome. A very worthy win for Trelleborg. They have been amazing this tournament. They have seen everybody off. They've dropped maybe 1 or 2 games, I think, in total. Just brilliant play from them. Really, really well done.
Yeah, congratulations. I mean, it has been a pleasure to follow. They didn't lose a single series of matches. They never dropped on the lower bracket, so they won it all the way from the upper bracket, and they did win a lot of teams. I mean, they did clear out Helm to get started with. Then they won Mine Sanity. They won Power Team Esport. They won Just Attracted twice. So I don't think that there's anything that we can complain on. I mean, they won all the all the biggest opponents which they faced. There were some which they didn't see along the way, but I think they definitely proved that they have the capability, and it was definitely a deserved win.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said earlier, I've been loving Just Attractor's disruptive gameplay. I think there's a lot in that, and I hope to see them develop it more, because that got them all the way to the final today. So I'd very much like to see that. We're going to have some replays of the final in a moment. We'll go over and have a look at some of the highlights of how things played. But yeah, it was a fantastic final. It was 2 really well played teams. And yeah, a resurgent Trelleborg is a really interesting thing to see.
Yeah, let's go. So there we had some issues at the start of the matches, but nothing that big. Yeah, we can see some of these challenges. And this was the rear driving incident when Janka was kind of like getting under Haypacks a little bit there. But yeah, luckily he was able to recover without any major issues there, as we can see. And this is Janka's. Yeah, I remember this. He was maybe taking a bit too much. There was like almost 5 bales in front of that telehandler. And then we have another start, which is going to be this time, I think, Trelleborg side, who's going to be struggling a little bit with the start. And then Hayden has this small. Oh, we actually hit a building. I wouldn't be liking to live on that house though.
Nice Trelleborg.
Yeah, a lot of tosses. But there was a lot of failures on the tosses as well.
And that's Janka managing to actually succeeding one, which is quite good. Loku coming in there, and these are the ones that really hit. So 10 seconds to go. If this had made it, this would have won Trelleborg the match. And he was just slightly off, tried to correct at the end. Then you saw the tractor come in and try and push it in. And you can see here, Just a Tractor in those last few seconds, we're just pushing the last few bales in. And that one bale, that won it for them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that one toss, which was already on the second game, where the Loikoi didn't succeed. He was a bit sideways. And here we have another successful toss. So he definitely has been doing his fair share of the throwing this weekend, and Janka is gonna come. So I can't remember a single game when we had so many tosses in one single match, to be honest. And there's still one. It was almost like a curveball from Janka, to be honest. It looked like he was pitching a basketball or something like that. So well done. But yeah, it's always nice to see when we have a lot of individual skill on the team, and then we can enjoy from the moments like this, which you don't see that often. But yeah, when you do, you always enjoy from them.
Yeah, great to see 2 teams who enjoy using the telehandler just as much as each other, doing some great throws into the top there, and more of them hitting than I remembered, actually. So that's both of them doing actually really well with it. So we're going to have a look at the new standings in a moment. I think we're going to have a lot of changes around these. Lots of higher teams ended up going out earlier on. So and Trelleborg coming up with a win will be quite a big change. So we'll see how things pan out and whether that much has changed. We've got Helm sitting pretty at the top there. Lindner actually holding their position in second with New Holland. Both teams going out at roughly the same level. My
Yeah, that's
Insanity
pretty
up
crazy.
to fourth place above Valtra, and Trelleborg moving up to sixth on equal score, actually, with just Detractor in seventh. And the only thing separating those two actually is Trelleborg's win today. So had just Detractor defeated Trelleborg in that final, Trelleborg would have been seventh and just Detractor would have been sixth. So there was a
Yeah,
lot more riding on that than we expected.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, Lindner and New Holland, so they both got 30 points. So they actually kept the second place and they are tying that up. My Infinity makes the lead, but then we have Mainz Valtra 210 points and Trelleborg just attract their power team is 190 points. This means that, okay, we have Helm still there in the lead, still 200 points away, but then all the way from the second place till the eighth place, the teams are actually inside 70 points. So that makes a huge difference there. So the pack is definitely tightening up. Of course, Helm is still there, far, far away, but the kind of like the wolves behind the prey, they are getting more hungrier and they're getting more organized.
Yeah, they are chasing and they are fighting amongst themselves for those places. I'm going to say right now we're heading off in a moment, but I will pass it over to Copter for final words.
Thank you for being here and make sure to follow the channel. And we have the next tournament in April, which is going to be on Cactus. Enjoy the weekend. Bye bye.